I should be singing the song. I should be leading.
That's better.
Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome in to episode 2. That is technically episode 1 because episode 1 went really, really wrongly, and we had to scrub the whole thing from existence. So it's technically episode 1, even though it's episode 2 of raD&Dio, and that's what I'm calling it. It's raD&Dio.
I don't like it.
Turns out,
I like it.
I'm leaning on the emphasis of master in Dungeon Master for this exact moment. Welcome in. My name is Rob Brown, host of the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. We have a casting crew of personalities, and I lean on that word very heavily, sitting, of course, around us here at the table. And we're going to get you all caught up on where we stand in this campaign, which is going to take a very long time, both because playing D&D as adults is very tough. That's not true. Setting a schedule for D&D as adults is very tough. Playing it is super easy.
Yeah.
It's the scheduling of it that is a massive problem. Let's do, before we get into where we stand and where we left off in the last session, I want to work our way around the table and introduce you guys to our players and our characters, because some of you guys are joining us for the first time. Let's start to Matthew Causey on our left.
It's not there.
Matthew, I got water.
That was really perfect timing. No, I had to do it.
I can clear my throat again now. That's pretty good. Yes. So we just want to introduce.
Yeah, just introduce yourself, introduce your character.
Oh, okay. You want to do both? I'm Matthew. You've probably heard me on 106.3. I'm a news reporter over there, and I handle our newscast in the afternoons from 3 to 6:30 on the Charlie James Show. Have a good time with that. But tonight, I am not Matthew. Tonight, I am Garrick, an orc ranger. I grew up in the wilderness after I parted ways, let's say, with my original compatriots is a strong word. Tribe, I suppose, is the right word to use here. But I parted ways for a couple of decades almost now. And, I myself a good friend right over here. Apollo. My good friend Apollo. It's been 2 months.
It has been a while. It has been a while.
My good friend. What's your name?
That's very fair.
I've been traveling recently with my good friend Apollo. If you want to introduce himself as well.
Yeah. So I'm T2. I work on the Charlie James Show. I am an award-winning producer, and my character is Apollo Cleon. He is. I'm new to this. This is my first time ever playing D&D. So, with the exception of the last one, but that's my character. It's a Shader Kai, and he is a druid. So there you go. That's all I can do right now.
We're going to find out more about it.
Let's move to our right.
As we go.
That is Cameron.
We're gonna learn together.
Hi, my name is Cameron Reitzel. I am a product of nepotism here. I'm here solely just because of my father.
Honesty is the best policy, they say.
Well, besides that, I will be playing Lear Laranus, the captain of the Stormkin, a roguish and charismatic figure. I am half human, half sea elf, so I'm a bit blue and my hair's green. Got a nice curly mustache and eye patch. All the regular, seaman vestiges.
Outstanding. Moving one to the right. How about the great one?
I just want to thank Chris for his great restraint.
I almost got him to talk.
My name is Lonzo. I don't really do a whole lot around here. I'm on like a show or two, and on this here thing, I am Alan. I am a half elf. I don't like people very much, but I do have a sponsor, and he's a pirate.
Alleged pirate.
Alleged
Sponsor.
pirate.
I'm sorry, he's a captain.
Yes, we've talked about this.
All right. And, of course, Captain America Chris Evans down the hall.
Fondly referred to as Captain America Chris Evans down the hall. My name is Chris Evans because I'm right down the hall from our DM. And yes, in fact, my name is Chris Evans. Born with it. Tonight I am playing.
Allegedly.
I'm allegedly playing
Technically, all right down the hall.
Cassandra, known as shortened to Sandra Seek, who is an unfortunate 13-year-old girl who was embroiled in circumstances beyond her control.
Allegedly.
And just trying to survive. And
Outstanding. So there you have it. There are our players. There are our characters, ladies and gentlemen, and we are going to go ahead and get started. And of course, for those of you that are watching in the chat, let us know. We are tinkering and playing with our production process. So we've been setting up mics for, I don't know, over 2 hours and 15 minutes. If it doesn't work, I will hate everything. So let us know, and we'll see if we can get that right.
Hey, before we get started, the camera is situated in such a way that it makes Rob look like king or god or something.
Mm.
He is the
Look at
DM.
that.
Really?
Look at that. I don't know.
He is the DM.
I like it.
He gets to be
He's
said.
the
I like
god
it.
of our universe right now.
All right, so let's catch you guys up on where we stand right now. In our prologue, our cast and crew of personalities here found themselves in another land and were basically brought together through a set of circumstances, each different, but all realizing that they were eventually going to end up traveling to the Sword Coast. It made sense they would travel together, especially considering one of them has a boat. Not a boat, a ship. I don't know. You can ask him later on
It's a
in the
ship.
broadcast. Thought so. As they,
You can get away with saying ship on this.
I'm going to.
podcast. Yeah.
I'm going to. As
I have no
they
button, so.
as they gathered together, they eventually made their way to the port in order to board Leah Lorenz' ship. When they did, they came across another ship that was parked that had been very heavily damaged, including a broken mast and 3 large gashes down the side. They had a long conversation with the captain of that particular vessel, who told them that there was a spectral-like mist that surrounded his ship, and then something very large attacked it. They weren't entirely sure, but he described it as heavy enough to rock the boat and a terrifying experience. And as soon as his crew docked their ship in the port, his entire crew scattered. They wanted nothing more to do with whatever had happened there. The next day, they set sail. They ended up in the port of Neverwinter, which was traditionally in the past known as a very large, bustling seaport, but there was not much left of it. There was a few different small stone buildings built around the actual docks, and then once you got outside of that into where the city of Neverwinter would have been, it was in ruins. Through conversations with residents of the area, they found out that there had been effectively an orc horde that has made its way from the south of the Sword Coast to the north and decimated everything in its path. No one knows why. The orcs had lived in the south and they had been perfectly content to stay there for as long as folks in this area could remember, but something pushed them out, pushed them up north, and they decimated the landscape, killing, murdering, looting as they went. So a lot of places, they were told, had been effectively destroyed. Now, that was a couple of years back. There has been rebuilding, but it was more based out of practicality than it was out of any sense of wonder and awe. They met with the harbor master named Worf. Worf was a half-orc who was running. He informed them that unless they were actively loading or unloading supplies in the harbor, that they would have to park their ship at a small cove off to the left after a relatively interesting interaction between Lear and his first mate, where he utilized the Mask of Many Faces to terrify them into doing their will. A much more compliant crew agreed to stay on board and watch the ship while the rest of them went ashore.
I just want to make note that that docking conversation was like a 15-minute conversation.
And hilarious, by the way, for everyone except the first mate. So they made their way over to Worf. Worf informed them that the port was effectively the only entry and exit for supplies throughout the entire Sword Coast, so it remained, for the most part, busy. During their conversation with Worf, they saw another person, a man, a humanoid, who was in a gray outfit with a white cord tied around his waist, who referred to himself as the operator. He had no time for conversation, would not tell the crew what exactly they were doing. He disappeared into the largest of the stone buildings, locked the door, and that was really the only interaction. Shortly after that, they made their way through a couple of various other activities until they found a small bar and grill called The Pearl, run by Frank and Agatha, two older humans who effectively were able to offer the freshest fish and nothing else, and the coldest spring water and nothing else. They had some interaction. They were provided by Cassandra with some fresh game out of the near forest. Agatha provided Cassandra with some information that she may or may not revealed to the party. We will find out. I love a little drama. And then they were told by Worf that if they wanted to accomplish anything in the Sword Coast, they would probably want to make their way to Phandalin, which was really so far kind of the middle of the continent's seat of power, although there is not much of it right now. They boarded a cart that was run by another person dressed just like the operator, and they made their way to Phandalin, a couple of stops, and the human driving the cart, another guy who just did not really want to get into conversation despite multiple efforts from our party to get him to talk. He just refused to open up. At one point, there was a bit of a threat against the driver. He reached down near the feet in the cart in which our players were in the back and attempted to grab something while asking, "Are you threatening me?" effectively.
I could have took him.
I bet you could have.
They arrived in Phandalin the morning after they departed, and it was late afternoon, I should say, when they got there. When they got off of the cart driver went immediately into another building just a couple of feet off the road or up the road. And shortly after that, a couple of players decided while he was gone to try to find out what it was that was at the feet of the driver that he reached for. And what they found was a torch, and that torch had some sort of blue oil that was wrapped around the head of the torch. They took the torch, replaced it with a regular torch, which they used, I believe, transmutation magic to make it appear as if it was the original torch, left it in the same place, and then were directed to the Stonehill Inn, which is kind of the centerpiece of Phandalin itself. When they walked in, it was later in the afternoon, very early evening. There were a few patrons in, and as they entered, they heard a voice say from behind the bar, "Welcome to the Stonehill Inn. I have 3 rules. No fighting. You want to fight, you go outside. Rule number 2, no break anything. You break something, you pay for it. You break something expensive, you pay for it twice. And rule number 3, if you have any problem with these rules, you may leave. Now, welcome to the Stonehill Inn." And that is where we will pick up our players standing in a very, very lightly populated bar with a large bartender behind the bar welcoming them in.
Oh, I'm glad you remembered that because I didn't.
That was a good recap. But you did forget one thing. A very informative conversation with a horse.
Yeah.
I
forgot
did
about
forget
the
the
horse.
conversation with
Yeah,
the
I
horse. It's in the
And
notes.
best RP you did the entire night.
Thank you very much. I did. I worked very hard on my horse impression. I really wish we had recorded that. But alas, it is lost to the annals of history. Perhaps there shall be more horse conversations in the future. In the meantime, you guys walk through the front door. You look
Actually,
across.
before we walk through the front
Yeah.
door, can I go back to the horse?
I mean,
Did
if
we
you would
try
like.
that already?
Okay, thank you very much. So you guys walk in, and what you're looking at is a relatively open bar. I would say it's 2 large rooms for the characters. You can see it's about 2 of the size of these rooms, laid out this way with the bar in the back. It's just a very old wooden bar. There's nothing ornate, nothing fancy. There are behind him a couple of shelves with different liquors and different beers on it. Within this bar, you see 4 different patrons. Over to your left, there are a couple of appear to be miners. They are in, when I say miners, I mean they're out there mining things, not young people.
Oh, not children.
Correct. They are
Common
in
misconception.
leather kind of overalls. It's very dirty. They've got soot all over their face. They are
What color is
just,
the soot?
it's black.
Okay.
Thank you.
Trying to figure out what kind of money.
That's fine. That's fair. It is my job to know these details. They are covered in soot. They are not talking at all. They are very clearly just eating and drinking. Over to the right side, there's about 12 tables that are set up. A couple of rounds, a couple of square ones. Once again, like everything else you've seen, it's pretty much just what we have, right? Like there's no rhyme or reason to the decorations. It's just this is what was available. We put it out there in order to function. Over at the side, there is a very, very large, very handsome looking gentleman, humanoid, sitting down at a table. He has got 2 smaller companions with him, both also males, sitting across from him. and he is just having a very hearty laugh, like he has just told the funniest story in the world. The bartender that welcomes you in stands behind the bar across the room. He is very large. He has jet black dark hair that hangs down past his shoulders. He is he's very clearly worked. This man is clearly put in his hours. He is tired. He is worn down. But he is welcoming. He is cheerful, not expressive, but in the way that he talks to you, he makes you feel, you can tell he's doing his best to make you feel welcome in the establishment. The last thing he says is, "What can I do for you?"
Well, good sir. Good afternoon, first of all. Can I get your name?
Absolutely. My name is Wilhelm von Stonehill.
I like it.
And yours, good sir.
I am Captain Lear Loranus.
The pleasure is mine, Lil Loranus.
This is mine. This is my merry crew. We just rolled into town a couple of minutes ago.
Excellent. And which one of you is Mary?
That one,
Good day, Mary.
the Shatterkai.
I'm Mary.
Great to meet you, Mary.
Means you're happy.
It means you're happy.
Happy. Okay, gotcha.
I am so pleasantly here to hear it.
I like you already. Well, I think I should go ahead and start off with a shot of whiskey, if you would, if you got that.
I will bring you the strongest liquor we have available.
I appreciate that.
The pleasure is mine. Anything else?
Bourbon.
Oh, you drank tea.
I shall bring you the strongest liquor available.
That's shocking.
I'll take some water.
Water for the large one, yes. And for anyone else,
Milk?
milk. It will be warm, but it is available. Excellent. Excellent. So he turns, he smiles, turns, breaks conversation, walks through the double doors into the back, which seems to be the food preparation area, comes back out just a few minutes later with a large tray and sets your individual glasses down in front of you, and says to you all, "Is this your first time in Phandalin?
It is.
Well,
Yes.
welcome. We are glad to hear you, or have you. It is a very modest place as we reconstruct after the invasion, but we get by."
Speaking of the invasion, how long ago was that? That was like several months ago, right?
Oh, yes, it's time flies in such a weird way here. It seems to be maybe 4 or 5 months ago.
They must have did a number on this place.
This place used to be bustling. It was never a place of beauty, but the people who live in the Sword Coast, they are not here for riches. They're here for happiness and isolation, you understand.
Hardy folk.
Very much. People of the land, people of the mines, people of the sea. When the orcs came through, they destroyed everything that wasn't made of solid stone. When we returned, the buildings stood, but not much else. We have put together everything, as you have noticed, since then.
Speaking of words, this is out of character. Are people giving me any kind of a look at all? Because I'm an orc and I'm not exactly hiding it.
No, not really. One of the things that you
How
have
could you hide that you're an orc? I'm just curious.
Well, you
And
could,
mask
wear
bandanas.
some-
No, so
ceiling clothes.
so the impression that you guys have gotten, the
I'm
impression
more
that you've
offended that
gotten,
you're a vegan.
the impression that you guys have gotten since you've really arrived at the Sword Coast as a whole, is that no one really seems to care about anyone else as long as work is getting done. While the pureblood orcs are the one that caused the chaos. Worf was a half orc as well, and he was in charge of the docks. So.
Oh, that's right, he was.
Correct. So for the most part, as you can tell, Phandalin and the Sword Coast seems to be a place where, as long as you are doing your best to get by and contributing in some way, you're welcome, regardless of race or species.
I'm also a
He's not the
full-blood
boss.
Correct.
You can jump in and talk. Yeah, but you can talk
I
whenever
am
you
the
want.
captain.
Yeah, he's a captain of his ship, but he's not.
We follow his lead. Right?
Do we?
Because we're
Why?
Because I'm the chill.
Well,
First
it-
of all,
I
It
know I do.
seems-
I'm not talking about
It
that.
seems you all are having a.
You're not.
It seems you're all having a very personal conversation. I will
Okay.
step away.
No, Wilhelm. I really want to know about what's going on here because we came in the first place to help out, pitch in.
That is
We
very
need
good to hear.
We need to make some coin, and we figured that we could do that by helping some people out.
Well, there is much to be done. There are many jobs available, and some perhaps less visible than others.
Let's talk about those.
I see.
Because I figured that our speciality might help a little bit more in that vein.
I understand.
And I've also heard some odd whispers and some goings on here that might be more up our alley that could assist the common folk. And,
Well, I would be very interested to know what it is you've heard.
well, odd mists and such. Strange beasts about.
Ah, interesting. Well, I can tell you if you are looking for work, you have a few options if you'd like to hear them.
Laid on me.
I will begin by telling you, should you wish to stay on the up and up with the town master, just outside of his residence, slightly to the south of here, is a job board. Very frequently there are jobs to be done, but I would suggest you check in the morning as the jobs get posted and usually are claimed with relative quickness.
You know, we had something similar that I saw in Moonshade. Bounty boards. They post different things of various creatures and stuff that are running amok or different problems going on. Is that similar?
I'm sure it is somewhat similar, though I've not seen much in the way of bounties as you would know it.
It's a term. It's not always people.
Understood.
It's more. It could be a
More like
various
creatures.
Understood. I would assume that if such a bounty on a creature was to be requested, that is where you might find it, though, in all honesty, if you wish to hunt exotic game, falcon may be your best choice. And as he says that, he points to the very large gentleman that is over in the corner.
Was this the handsome gentleman?
This is the handsome gentleman.
I think this is very important on a scale of 1 to 10, just how handsome is this guy?
Stunning, Matthew. And I'm answering that out of character. He is just stunning.
Is he dressed immaculately?
He is for what you've seen in Phandalin in the Sword Coast so far. Yes,
Would
but
you say fancy,
I would not say fancy, but I would say that
rich?
I would say that Falcon, who you've just been
Is he more
informed.
merry or jolly?
I promise you, I will tell you
Let
all
the
what
man
Falcon
describe
looks
it.
like when I get a breath. Falcon is sitting in the corner, and while he is not ornate the way you would think of perhaps celebrities in other lands for the Sword Coast here, but it is all furs, it is leathers, he's a hunter, as you've just been informed, and you can tell that the clothes that he wears, while very well put together, are likely of game in the area that he himself has hunted and harvested. But yes,
Trophy
he
as
has
much as fashion.
correct. It is as much to show off what he has caught, killed, and turned into clothing as it is to demonstrate wealth, so to speak.
Falcon,
That's how far away is he?
Probably 15, 20 feet from you guys, sitting kind of over in a corner table. You guys, I'm assuming you guys have walked back to the bar where Wilhelm is. He was at the first table on the right. So the distance of maybe this room and a half.
is that his real name or a nickname?
I
Are
mean,
you asking?
there are sources of information with which to find out. Are you asking the bartender?
Well, you can always make conversation with him at some point. This would be an opportunity.
I will
You
tell
need to
you.
reach out.
No, why don't you ask him? I'm just
All right, that's fine. You're probably tired from the right end. I may sponsor. Anyway. So what was the third option? You said 2, right? Of the 3.
The third option is to remain here into the evening. Is sporadically those who have jobs of a less, shall we say, official nature may come in looking for different types of skill sets. In fact, over the last few nights, there's been a young woman who has come by asking for adventurers, saying that there were a group of refugees, I believe she said, who needed some help as they had been accosted a few times. She may be someone who piques your interest if you are into the sort of business that requires steel and muscle as opposed to talent.
Well, we can go either way. We're flexible that way.
That will serve you well in this area.
I bet it will. I'm looking forward to it.
Oh, I'm sure. I look forward to hearing your stories.
I'll be sure to tell you some. Well, thank you, Wilhelm. That was very informative, and I appreciate that.
The pleasure is mine. Before you go, allow me to offer you something, a gift. Should you, of course, elect to become a customer of the inn portion of my business, shall you be staying the night?
May we?
One
Of course, this is an inn. We have rooms available.
You.
What's the
That's
price?
the question that I'm asking: is do you have rooms of it?
Of course we do.
What's the standing price for those rooms?
Let's say 3 silver a night per room.
That sounds agreeable.
Excellent. How many rooms will you need?
We do.
Anybody? Do you got bunk beds?
We have very large beds that could be shared by multiple parties.
Well, that's not necessary.
I'll take a cot.
5 different rooms.
5 rooms.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to make everybody uncomfortable.
Excellent. For 15 silver pieces. And of course, as you are,
Does one have a bath?
a bath can be arranged, yes. It won't be in your room, but I can provide you with a private setting, yes.
What if I don't want one? I can sleep on the floor. You know why.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I don't, yeah.
4 rooms in.
4 rooms. Then we shall call it 12 silver pieces. Now, how long will you be staying in Phandalin?
That's to be determined. We'll
Excellent.
see how long the work lasts.
Excellent. Well, fortunately, there are those that come and go and stay at times, but as I continue to try to reconstruct this business I inherited from my uncle, obviously, the more customers are willing to stay, the happier I am to provide services for them. In fact, may I offer you before you go a map of Phandalin itself?
I very much appreciate that.
The pleasure is entirely mine. You will see, of course, that the Stonehill Inn resides in the center of town. If you are looking to gain provisions, Sparthan's Provisions lies on the north end of town, just outside of the Tribor Trail. If you are looking for weapons, steel, armor, I suggest the Lion Shield Coster just before you leave down the Miners' Trail. And of course, if you do decide, as many others in Phandalin have done, to engage in mining, there is also the Miners' Exchange. Many bits of business are run through there as well.
What kind of ore do they mine? I'm curious what the imports are.
To be honest with you, I'm not extremely familiar. There are miners that make their way down into the Sword Mountains and primarily excavate gold from the hills, although I have heard that after the orcs went through and destroyed a number of the mining camps, it has been slow getting that business restarted.
I'd imagine.
Yes.
Go through things when half the equipment is gone and half the people are dead.
There have been many ships full of mining supplies that have made their way into the area, and those supplies seem to show up by cart once or twice a day, and very frequently as an order of mining equipment shows up, the city will see a few deliveries of gold from the mines to the south, yes.
I do have an additional question. Is
Of
the
course.
town master, does he run the docks or is that a separate entity?
The town master of Phandalin is primarily responsible for Phandalin itself.
Understood.
I have an out of character question.
Yeah.
Do we already know why the orcs invaded? We don't know. Okay, so I would
Part of our mystery.
Okay, I would like to ask in character if you would know that.
Unfortunately, there's not been much time to consider nor investigate why the orcs came through this area. Since the invasion and the destruction of, well, almost every structure in the area, the majority of our focus has been in rehabilitation of the farms, the mines, in order to provide jobs for the residents of both Phandalin and the Sword Coast at large.
Was your uncle killed in the attack?
He was, unfortunately. He was here. My uncle ran the Stonehill Inn before and when he passed, I was next in line, and unfortunately, the only surviving family member that could show and run the business. So, of course, here I am.
If you had to guess,
Our condolences.
Are much appreciated.
if you had to guess, what do you think the reason that was thousands of orcs destroyed this land?
Your guess is as good as mine. They were, again, perfectly content and had always remained in the south. There was almost an unspoken agreement between us. They maintained their land south of the Sword Mountains, and we stayed to the north. And then one day, out of nowhere, the armies came through, decimated, killed, plundered, raped, and disappeared to the north.
So it would seem that somebody broke the agreement.
Certainly, again, it was unspoken, so It would have been considered an act of war, but it was so quick and over so quickly that there was few, even garrison locally, militia to be stirred to stop them. And unfortunately, the few that did stare them down on the field of battle were slaughtered relentlessly, my uncle included.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for the information. Thank you for welcoming us to your lovely town.
You
Hopefully
are
we can pitch in and have a very good and mutual business.
You are more than welcome. I will tell you that the young woman that has been coming in shortly after sundown. I will tell you that Falcon over there is a most hospitable gentleman, very easy to talk to, and the job board is located outside of the town master's hall if you are indeed looking for work.
Well, then we'll have to hit up all three because we are definitely looking for some work.
That is understandable. Is there anything else I can get for you all?
Keys.
Keys.
Keys to
Or
the
know
room.
where the rooms are. Just saying.
Yes, the keys. He walks back into that same room. He comes back out and he hands you 4 keys. They are made of rudimentary metal, probably copper or something to the similar. He points to the left of the bar. There's a staircase that is against the wall that goes up. It wraps around and over the bar. When you look up, you can see that that staircase goes and then turns left into a hallway. There is a wall above the bar that is likely the backs of the rooms as the hallway goes down the hall. And he says, when you are ready, up the stairs to your left, the first 4 rooms on the left will be reserved for you.
Does each room have a window?
There are no windows, unfortunately. The majority of this building is our most infernal and is made of solid stone. It is the best way we figured to prevent from further attacks.
Sounds pretty safe.
What time of day is it?
I would say at this point, you're probably looking at 5:30, 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Late afternoon, very early evening.
What season is this? Is this summer, fall?
We'll say it's summer.
Okay.
What time? Yeah. So what time is sundown?
You've probably got another hour and a half before sundown.
Well, we could go and talk to Falcon. Get some food.
We
We could definitely do that too.
We need weapons and some stuff.
Well, he was suggesting that we go over by the Lions Custer. What was it called again?
Which are you looking for weapons? The Lion Shield Coster.
Coster. That's right.
How
not
late are they
Custer.
open now? And
We
we don't want to miss the girl when she comes.
We should talk to Falcon.
We'll talk to Falcon. We'll talk to the girl. We'll get all that settled. And in the morning, we can hit up the shops before we go to the bounty board. And then, depending on time
Are you
variables,
just drinking your milk?
I'm actually, since you ask, I'd love to say, I'm actually kind of fiddling with it, changing its color and its flavor.
Okay.
To what?
Roll for perception because I am tired of being 13 or 43 minutes into this game with nobody rolling anything.
I got you.
Everybody for
That's a 15.
Ducky die.
Do I have to roll?
No, I mean anybody who happens to be trying to figure out what Cassandra's doing is
14?
certainly welcome to. Yeah, so that's fair.
15.
All right, describe what you're doing.
no,
to
I'm
the
not,
milk.
I am not really being subtle about it. I'm not trying to hide it,
Sure.
but I'm also not, it's not a flashy spell.
We all just slowly lean and look and see what you're doing.
Basically-
that was just for your
What is the
benefit.
deal?
You know what?
I saw some roll lights. What's happening?
That is actually a really good reason for me to roll.
Are you going to
I'm gonna roll perception
see if they are looking at you?
to see if I notice them
I got you.
staring
Okay,
at
that's
me.
fair.
No, he does not.
What
I
is
got
it?
a 2.
That's
I'm
it.
not even gonna modify it.
No,
Like,
okay,
it's-
nope.
I'm lost in my own world.
Okay.
Just practicing my magic.
Okay.
So since I rolled a 15, I get to know what flavor it is.
I mean, what color? What did you do to the color and texture of it? This is a very long time to be spent on Chris fiddling with milk, but
That's
alas,
okay.
here we
Very
are.
important, though.
There are other mysteries at play.
It's gone through a variety of colors. It's currently orange.
Okay.
And
Huge out flavor.
with a flavor to match.
Okay.
It's orange flavored milk.
Okay. Okay. So you guys see Cassandra over there just kind of putting on a show, I guess, for herself,
You do
entertaining
that
herself.
in public?
All right.
I mean, how is magic viewed in this lab?
It's a great question. I guess you'll find out at some point.
Okay.
As of right now, nobody
Does
has
it,
said
well,
anything.
and here's
yet.
that actually raises another good question. the NPCs, have any of them noticed?
Actually,
I guess I can't tell.
yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
I can
but-
tell. We can tell.
But when you walked in, the couple of miners, or what you assume were miners on the left, were very clearly just their mission focused on eat, drink, get back to whatever they got to do. Falcon and his two compatriots were very wrapped up in their conversation, or shall I say, Falcon telling his stories to the other two, and they were just all kind of having a very hearty chuckle at their table. And outside of that, you've seen one or two other people kind of come in and go, but most of the folks you've seen at Phandalin are pretty, by the looks of them, mission oriented.
Fair enough.
Very much a heartland kind of people.
This is obviously Phandalin is not rich by any stretch of the imagination. And again, with this orc attack having decimated everything, this is a place of rebuilding and reconstruction.
Gotcha.
All right, so
Not of
Let's go talk to
Well,
Falcon.
Mary.
I was gonna say, we
We
should
could
all
also-
agree to what we're going to do.
I think we should talk to Falcon since he's in the same room.
Got 2 Falcons. How many Falcons we got?
I want to go somewhere and
I
come back.
very
And
much
Sorry?
like
Orange
Falcon's
Milk
very
Girl.
Exceptionally handsome man. Yes.
That's good to know.
Yes. Talk to Falcon? Yeah. I want to do that.
Why don't we let Matthew talk?
Whatever you say, Sponsor.
Or I'm sorry, Garrick.
Yeah,
Talk.
Garrett.
You guys are fine with
Falcon
me
first.
leading these things, right?
I do not be the one with the talking.
That's fair. All right.
Yeah, you don't want me to be the one doing the talking.
No. Last time we talked to somebody.
As we are approaching,
Oh, I got 0.
Are you guys making your way toward Falcon? Is that-
yes,
okay.
I'm ready to do that. I mean, if anybody else, but as we're making the approach, I want to see how many different animals I can recognize from his attire.
Okay. Give me a perception check.
I
Just
also
perception?
recognize, yeah.
Not nature. Where did my die go? Did I seriously just put it in the back of my bag?
Recognize an animal?
That's probably-
Amateur move. It's been too long.
You wanna help me with this?
Yeah.
Here we go.
All right.
20.
All right. What do you got?
Oh my God, are you kidding me? I rolled a 5, and then when he assisted me, I rolled a 6.
I got an 11.
You
Is that
trip
good?
on the way over the table.
Hang on.
11.
It's not bad. Perception.
What's the modifier?
It's not great, but it's not bad. Perception.
What am I adding? All of them?
Fair enough.
No, you're adding nature skill, the
Oh,
number next to
nature.
it, add that.
It's a 7. Total
seven?
of 7.
Okay.
Not particularly good.
Yep.
After much addition.
15. You recognize as you look, he's got kind of like it's not a cape per se. He's got like a shoulder shawl, basically. A very thick, dark brown fur, but nothing that you're going to be able to look at and be like, oh, that's what this is. It's just a
Right.
very nice brown fur. His pants are a dark leather, like beyond caramel brown, not quite black, but that dark brown. And underneath it, he has now his shirt is pretty much just a standard shirt, but it looks to be very ornate, like where most people's might just have a couple of threads that cross to be tied in the middle. His kind of goes all the way down. The fabric seems to be very rich in texture. This is a dress shirt that obviously is meant to kind of be the focal point of all of this. You with the 15 would recognize, you would also see that this fur hanging around his neck is a very, very lush rabbit fur. Right now, and obviously there will be multiple sewn together, but it is very, very nice. It is unique. You know that it's rabbit fur, but you've never necessarily seen it have this glisten or shine or something like that to it. His pants, they're leather, so there's some sort of game animal, but you couldn't tell exactly what they are.
Do I need to tell them that?
It's up to you.
All right. Well, I would like to tell my companions.
Okay.
All of that.
That's good to know. It's not like griffin like feathers or something like that. Nothing too exotic.
Why do we need to know?
Well,
Because it's good. Knowledge is power.
yeah.
How does it help?
The more you know.
Yo, Joe.
When do we get to fight?
We'll get to fight in the morning more than likely.
Okay.
We're getting there. We got to do the talking. We do the talking. We find things out. We know where things are to kill, and then we go kill them.
But not now.
But not now.
Okay.
So I'm gonna stride up and just go.
You're the only one with charisma. You got
I know. I just
Do I ever hear this conversation?
I mean, if you're standing by them, you're welcome to roll and check.
Right. Good
Okay, fair
evening,
enough.
gentlemen. You seem like some gentlemen who like to have fun.
Falcon turns in his chair, looks at you, and yeah, you got that right, fellas. Welcome to Fandolin.
I like you already.
It's easy to be liked when you're as cool as I am.
Sounds familiar to me.
So I heard.
Gaston?
Will.
Are you especially good at expectorating?
You seem like a
I'm
good.
the only one who knows the song, apparently.
No, I know it.
Okay,
I was not
So
going
you
to
don't
correct
do
you on your
archery or anything?
pronunciation.
that's
Well,
how he says it.
all right. Well, Wilhelm was telling me that if we want to find some good exotic game around here, you're the one to talk to.
Yeah, you got that right. They call me the master hunter in these parts. I've been carrying these woods for, 20 years now.
That's a long time.
Yeah, turns out I'm good at it.
Well, if you weren't, you'd be dead.
That's really fair. That's a good point.
Yes.
That's a good point.
Old men in professions like that, it's just kind of obvious. But I was curious if there was anything around here per se that would possibly pique our interest. We're new in town.
Well, I guess that depends on what your interests
I give a very
are.
nervous wave when he says that.
Don't mind Garrick. He's a bit shy.
Hey, shyness isn't going to get you anywhere, kid. Speak up. You got this.
You got a really pretty face.
Thanks. Thanks.
I don't like the fact that you have murdered animals, though. I'm going to be honest. But you got a pretty face.
Well, the man's got to eat, doesn't he?
Let's not start the veganism argument. Let's can that.
Veganism, what the hell's that?
I know, right? It's so weird. Just eat meat and veggies. They can both coexist.
Leave him alone.
Veggies, what's that?
Never mind. Wrong conversation. I'm in the middle of something here. I'm in the middle of the Venn diagram of veganism and keto diet. Or I was going to say cannibalism. That's a different thing entirely. Don't go to Jolt, is what I'm saying.
Is it just me or is this conversation getting weird?
This is pretty
All
weird.
right, I'm just making sure.
It started out weird.
To be fair, Falcon,
I'm just hanging with the little girl over here. We're quiet.
that's not weird at all.
That's not weird.
Yeah.
That's not weird.
What I was trying to say
I'm
is
trying not to blush too
we're,
much.
We're trying to find some jobs here, trying to find some things that'll make us some coin, go out, adventure, do the fun stuff, Go out, live life.
We want to kill things, right?
Well,
Maybe
I'm
not
real good at
be
that.
so aggressive at that.
I want to hear your
Creatures.
stories.
Creatures,
Well,
not
I mean-
people.
as far as work goes, I mean, it's pretty sick, pretty easy for us.
It's pretty sick.
It's like,
bro.
sick, bro. It's totally sick, bro. It's pretty easy. Every now and then I go out and look, I catch meat for the people around here, right? That's basically what I've fallen into as a job. I go out, I do some hunting, I find as much game as I can, I bring it back here. Old Wilhelm over there, he kicks it up for the people. We sell it to the folks that live in the city at a fair price. And that's pretty much what my job is now.
He did.
I mean, I may have, young man, but
I
Yeah,
mean,
Are you gonna
you ever
you gonna
tried?
compete? What do you?
yeah. You just
Okay.
told us we
That's
could
a
do
great
that.
observation.
campaign.
I'll tell you what.
Do you
Any
have?
one of y'all thinks you can out hunt me, I welcome you to the
Look,
challenge.
I know that's
Okay.
not my bailiwick.
Let's do it.
Wait,
Do you?
I accept.
I accept. I accept.
All right, you two socially awkward guys. This
You're
is
not a
just
hunter.
Yes,
Sorry.
little one.
But I'm hungry. I think. I don't know.
I'm trying to-
I don't know what's going on.
Not to be impolite, but
Yeah.
Are you
I
successful?
think I just
It's,
messed
it's,
Very.
a,
up
macho,
my
it's a
character.
macho thing, guys.
do you feed everyone in
I'm
town?
too charismatic.
I mean, not everyone in town, but I mean, you're not going to find anybody who's put more meat on tables in this town than I have. Listen, my family's from Fayetteville. All right, I've been here my entire life. The people here matter. We lost a lot of good men when the orcs came through. As far as I'm concerned, if I can feed some widows and orphans with my talents, that's what I'm going to do. So I hunt. I sell the furs when I can. I put the meat on the tables. I take enough back in order to buy more, whatever kind of equipment I need. And that's the job. That's the role I've accepted for my talent.
I appreciate that. I was asking about the people who
If
don't
you're
get-
asking if I get rich, the answer is no.
No, I mean the people who don't get something. How do they
Oh yeah,
eat?
I can't do that.
Well, I mean, you've still got some men left in the town. A lot of folks have showed up that came to take a job in the mines or decided to maybe try their luck farming. There's a few farms located outside of Fandolin where they grow some of them. Oh, that's what a vegetable is. I got it now. Oh, like carrots and stuff. Yeah. All right. Yeah. There's a couple of farms that grow stuff like that, and they'll come down. We ain't, it ain't like a big food exchange or anything like that, but everybody in this town does their best to make sure that nobody else goes hungry.
So, in the same vein, I'm guessing you haven't gotten out and hunted as much as you'd like for more exotic game.
Not recently, unfortunately, but every now and then you hear the stories, especially further up in the north, of some interesting creatures. And if I ever got the chance to go up there, you better believe I'd take the shot.
What kind of stories are those?
Well,
I'm sure you could spin us a yarn about that.
there's a story right now up in the north. Hold, please.
Let me pull out my card.
Okay, got it. There's a story right now that up in the Craigs, which is well to the north of right here, there is a place where there is a boar the size of a house. Now, I mean, you know how hunters like to exaggerate things sometimes, but I'll tell you right now, if they say he's as big as a house, I suspect he's big as a horse. And if I can get up there and bury an arrow between his shoulder blades, well, I'd add him to my trophy collection. And he points to the wall.
I think it would be more. It would be better if instead of shooting it, you befriended it and turned it into a new companion.
No, I'm gonna kill it. I'm gonna hang it on the wall. As he points to the wall on the far side of, so like when you walked in the bar over to the left wall, you guys kind of walk straight to the bar and have now gone back to the right. As you look across to the far wall, you notice that the wall is, and this is opposite of or underneath the stairs, like the wall that goes up on the stairs. There are all kinds of trophies up there. There's fish, there's deers, there's boarhead, there's just game. I mean, wild game of every sort and size and color. And then down on the far corner, so if you walked in the door, look straight to the left corner, there is a very, very large bear, a very large brown bear.
The entire bear or just a head?
The whole bear, a trophy. He is up on his rear legs. He's got his arms up like this. The mouth is open in a roar. And as Falcon points over, he kind of takes a look at that, and you see a little smile creep across his face as he turns back and looks at you and goes, I've killed everything on that wall. Every one of them are trophies. The good stuff I keep at my house. But if I can get up there and kill that boar, I might just turn him into a statue and leave him right in the center of town.
What if we could assist you with this since you're a little bit tied up here? We say slay it in your name and
Are you kidding me? You want to kill my trophy and just put my name on it like I did something? You got any honor, kid?
well, honor I find has a transitory bit of value to it attached to gold. But
I don't know what that big word means, but around here, you put your name on it, it means your name.
would you be offended if I killed it and took the credit?
I welcome the challenge. I wish you the best of luck.
Fair point.
Can I come with you sometime?
I mean, can you hunt?
I figured that I'd just offer.
Well, then,
I
yeah.
wasn't meaning anything.
You willing to pitch into the community with what we catch? Absolutely. No problem. We're not scheduled to go on another hunt till day after tomorrow, but should y'all want to go along and track some game, I'm going to tell you it's pretty standard. Deer, rabbit, squirrel, whatever we can catch. There's not a whole heck of a lot to it, but the more hands we got, the more bows, arrows, whatever y'all want to use we got, the more game we bring back to feed these people.
Well,
I can offer you a little bit of gold in return, not a whole heck of a lot, but just know you'd be doing some good, and maybe you get some of that honor back, son.
Hey, Honor and I never really got along very well. She was an ex,
Wait. You know a girl named Honor? I was talking about the abstract concept of human beings and
I'm
feeling
familiar with
proud
both,
of their
and
accomplishments.
I've had a falling out with both.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
Whole walk of shame thing after that. I had to live that down for a while. But
I was a young man too. I understand.
Then there was Virtue, who is my rebound girl.
Well, if that ain't irony, I don't know what it is. Am I right?
All right. There was something else I had heard.
I totally forgot to play the damn tavern music.
Typical.
Well,
Hey, happy hour just started.
bottoms up. So,
And now, for the purposes of ambiance, there is now a guy who just randomly walked in and started playing the flute in the corner. So that's fun. Yeah. Damn musicians. Damn musicians never show up for the gig in time. Never show up for the gig in time.
It's obviously late. Just got to work like I've been here for 20 minutes.
that guy's getting fired. I've been hearing some tales about some odd happenings in the south end, like on the sea and whatnot. Some strange creatures that have been attacking refugees and whatnot, as well as
Attacking refugees.
yeah, as well as like sea serpents.
Sir?
Volume down.
Yeah. Sorry, the speakers are facing away from me, so. And also, I'm half deaf. It's radio.
Yeah.
As well as standing in front of
I
concerts.
thought that's what
Well, I can't say I've heard.
Hearing loss is a common
Yeah,
problem
it's a
among
story of my
radio
life.
professionals.
I can't. That's why Falcon's so loud. I can't
Worse
say
than radio?
I've heard nothing about refugees, but obviously there's small residences and individual camps and houses around the woods, and if the orcs came across those, they destroyed them all the same. So I'm sure there's got to be folks out there that are trying to start life anew after the orcs. Maybe that. I'm not sure.
Well, no, specifically on the sea. There was a captain I had run into before we set sail for the Sword Coast. They had been attacked by some odd creature that came in a bewitching mist. They tore up the ship, left a whole bunch of claw marks and whatnot.
Claw marks on a ship?
Yeah.
My God, that sounds really like a great hunt, doesn't it? Huh.
Yep.
You know, if you ever get freed up, maybe we could find that thing.
Roll a persuasion check.
Don't feel me, Ducky Eye. Ooh, that is going to be... Yeah. I can't do math. 13.
13. When you describe the destruction of the ship in the mist, what has been a very pleasant, jovial attitude out of Falcon, attention very quickly seems to narrow on you. He looks at you and says, "Come sit down."
I sit down with my thing of whiskey.
He turns.
Wait. So what are we doing while he's sitting down?
Oh no, you tell me.
Well, he offered for him
Is
to
this
sit
like
down.
a
He didn't offer
private
for us to sit down.
conversation?
Correct.
I feel like the rest of the crew has been missed.
I'm gonna go sit down next to him.
Okay.
I'm
Because-
trying to listen.
Yeah.
Don't mind him. He's my bodyguard.
Are you staying behind them?
Yeah, I'm just standing there listening.
Okay. Roll me a perception check. You're doing what? Roll me a perception check. What are you doing?
I'm hiding behind him.
Perception check.
I have 0 on
Okay.
here and a 3.
3. Okay.
That's a 9,
A 9. Okay.
I think. Wait.
Um,
yeah, 9.
You sit. He looks at you as you sit down and goes, "You might can help. Here's the deal. Something pushed those orcs out of the mountains. How many things you ever heard of can scare an orc? Needless to say, a whole army of them.
Well, I don't just say a dragon.
You, with a natural 1, don't hear nothing. You might as well have just fallen asleep on the floor. You with a 3, same story. You can tell that they are whispering, but you have no idea what they're saying. That's absolutely fair. You said a 9. I'll tell you what you hear when we get done with the conversation. Let's see how the conversation plays out.
Well, I'd say my best guess would be a dragon, if anything.
Dragon.
That's like the strongest thing out there, right?
Wyvern, maybe?
Those things are small. Thousands of them?
Here's what I know. Those orcs were running for something. They weren't running for something. They just set up camps. They just stayed. There's free shelter around here. We wouldn't be here right now if they weren't running. They were clearly trying to get clear of this area. Now, I've heard some comings and goings that there have been some other interesting activities as far as ships, caravans being attacked. I can't say for certain it's a dragon because nobody seems to be able to have matchup stories. And I'm not going to go into any battle with anything large enough to drive orcs away unless I know exactly what the hell it is. So here's my deal. You find out what it is. You bring back confirmation of what it is. And I'll figure out the best way to kill it. If we have a deal, we'll work together.
That sounds good to me. And I reach out my hand.
He takes it. He looks you dead in the eyes. He shakes your hand. He leans back and goes, let's get back to drinking, shall we?
Sounds good. How about I get you around?
How about we get us all around?
Sounds good to me.
He looks over. He kind of waves at Wilhelm. Wilhelm very clearly knows what Falcon is calling for here, and you see him start going to the back. He reaches up to the top and grabs there's shelves of liquor. He grabs the bottle off the very top, and he pours 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 shots of this, and he brings it over to the table. He sets one in front of you. He sets one in front of you, and he sets one in front of Falcon, and sets one in front of the two companions. Note, the two companions have not said a word. That when Falcons laugh, they've laughed, but they have not injected themselves in the conversation at all. They are they work for him, or they've got reverence for him to allow him to. Correct. Correct. So he brings over and he sets the drinks in front of you, Falcon, and the two on the other side.
Oh, he means no offense by this. He doesn't drink alcohol.
Falcon reaches over, takes it, slams it back, and goes, by the end of this shit, you might.
He's stubborn. And I just down it.
Perfect. The other two drink theirs. Falcon picks his up. He's already just absolutely slammed yours, but now he takes his and he's very fancy about it and just kind of sips a little bit and sets it back down. And he looks and he says, find out what it is. I'll find out how to kill it.
That's a deal.
Excellent.
Glad I met you.
Pleasure's all mine. And then he turns and he looks and he just kind of like nods at all of you. I hope I get to see you again. If you want to join in the hunt, 3 days we go back out. Bring whatever it is you use to kill stuff. Perfect.
Thank you.
And then he just kind of turns back to the table, and him and his partners go back to talking and hooting and hollering. I mean, it's very obviously that like you're welcome at the table if you'd like to be, but they're going to go back to just carrying on drunk.
As the woman one.
Not yet, but you've probably only got another, at this point, let's say 10 minutes left until sundown. And Wilhelm did say that around sundown was when she usually shows up.
We don't know anything.
Y'all have no idea unless they tell you, correct?
You said at the end of the conversation, you would tell Chris how much you heard.
Chris, I would, you got,
All I want to know is if I heard the word dragon.
not from this conversation
Okay.
now. Because he whispered it to Falcon, and Falcon never said that word or anything else like it.
Well,
Fair enough.
I think we should just eat with the man and wait until the girl comes in, but unless we want to get our own table and discuss things. Leaving it up to you, gentlemen. I'm fine.
Let's sit down at a table and wait for the handsome master.
This veganism thing is going to be a
All
problem.
right, so we've got to deal with him. We don't want someone like me or someone else to ruin the deal, so we probably should go get our own.
Let's get our own table and see this.
Okay. You guys walk over, sit down at a table. So they're in the front right table. The other couple of miners over here, and then there's 3 more rows of 3 tables across. Is there any more specific, or are you guys just kind of grabbing one somewhere?
Probably the one the most distant.
Okay, so you guys go sit in the far corner. That is gonna now.
Can
If
we
you
see
take
the door?
if you take that one, you would be able to see the door because it's pretty much a straight room. You'll be able to see, but you are also you'll be sitting at the base of the stairs at the corner of the bar.
That's fair.
Okay. All right, so you guys take that seat. When you do, Wilhelm comes out from behind the bar and walks to the table. Is there anything I can get for you?
Well, my woodsman friends are more fruits and vegetables kind of guys. Do you have any sort of vegan options?
I'm not sure what a vegan is, but we have
Not vegan?
lettuce, carrots.
It's something different to offer. Sword Coast. I understand.
Maybe a stew with no beef in it.
A vegetable stew, perhaps. This can be arranged. This is Fandolin. It's boiling water.
That's fine.
A vegetable stew. Blah, blah, blah. You all put your orders in. He comes back a few minutes later with, I'm not going to RP taking orders in a restaurant.
No,
I
thank
worked
you.
in a restaurant for like 8 years. Never again.
I'd like the roasted duck.
He,
I bet you would have done great.
I would have done
The mutton
amazing.
is
You
today.
as players would have tipped me as a DM. That's how good I would have done. Vilhan comes back out. He sets your food down, any drinks that you have ordered, and just ask, is there anything else at the time?
No, sir.
Most excellent. I will be retiring very soon. My assistant will be taking my position. If you need me, I shall return in the morning. I wish you all a good night, and thank you for your business.
I tip my hat to it.
He nods, he smiles, he heads up the stairs, and then just a couple of minutes later,
Hey, really quick.
Yep.
I'm curious about
Okay.
something. This is the party thing. All right. So if you are steadfast in your religion of veganism, how can you sit at the table with us while we're eating meat?
I respect other people's decisions.
Okay. All right.
Even if he'll vocally criticize.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
okay. I'm just curious if you're still sitting with us because some of us are
You might get meat on him by
Yes.
association.
There's probably while we're talking, some juices might fly that way.
Oh,
That's all I'm
God.
saying.
Just don't keep your mouth open.
Yeah. I mean,
All right.
I am distracted by the flautist in the corner.
Okay.
so what? You just had to use that one. Okay. I
It's
got it.
good word.
It took me a
It's
second.
What?
I got it.
The person playing the flute,
No, the longest.
Yes.
I've heard. Okay.
who DM is going to drop in here right now before you even approach him, is
Cares.
too busy playing music to talk to you in a view, so leave him alone. Mainly because I haven't created him as a character because I didn't know my flute was going to be playing in my music. He will be available for discussion the next time
That's
that
fine.
you're at the Stonehill Inn.
But what if I really want to talk to my
Then I will make up something in the fly.
Come on, flex your improv skills.
Sandra also plays the flute.
Outstanding. So the flutist is in the corner. The flutist is a short, stout man. In fact, we're even going to say he is a gnome. He has jet black hair that come down to a sideburn point that reaches out, and that sideburn point touches down at the side of his lips. He's got on a very fancy, poofy purple hat trimmed in gold. That it's a beret, effectively, that tips over to the side. He has got a purple vest with gold trim down the sides and gold buttons over a white dress shirt, the matching pants, the matching shoes. He is obviously, as a gnome, is very short. He is over in the corner and he is just hammering away on this flute. And the thing that is very interesting about this flute is as he plays it, it begins to glow purple. And around him, as he plays this flute, on the table in front of him, you see little images of people dancing, couples dancing, women dancing, men dancing, just little 2-3 inch tall apparitions that dance around on the table to the music that he is playing as he plays it.
Is it a
Sick
hallucination?
RGB setup, my guy.
Is it a hallucination? Or
Nope.
Is it like
Nope, you're not hallucinating it. There are just little visual
That's a concern for him.
for
He
who?
might hallucinate something.
Oh, fair enough. No, this is you all are, as he starts and this illusion starts to come to life on the table, you notice that everybody in the bar has turned and they're like, holy crap, that's kind of cool.
Is it? We call it tea.
All right, so you guys are sitting at the table unless anything is going to do anything specific.
Well, Garrick, I was going to ask you a question.
Yes.
Are you against hunting creatures, especially creatures that could pose a problem for other people?
Oh no, dangerous creatures should be dealt with, obviously, monsters and the like. But I mean, rabbits and things like that.
3 minutes and 10 seconds left, and South Carolina leads 56-31.
Why do you think I keep going?
Oh,
like
okay,
this?
all right. I thought somebody role played
No,
really
no, no.
excellently, and you were very proud of them.
Yeah. Does this say 63? Because it's 63.
Oh well, then I'm behind over here.
Yes, it's 63.
Holy crap.
Yes.
Well,
Well, I guess I'm wearing garnet and black on the show Monday. You won't even be there. That's all right. All right, let's get back to this. We have got an hour and 15 minutes left. So
Time stamped.
all right. So, Garrick, I just wanted to make sure about that before we move on. You're also fine, right? If you're a druid, I don't know what your stance
You have
is
to
on.
ask him a question.
No, I know he's right.
Okay, I didn't know how much tea you've had
He's had a
today.
lot of tea.
I don't drink the tea all the time. And first, and second,
You sip it?
he doesn't mind killing creatures. He just doesn't like to eat them, right? No.
I'm just gonna hunt literally anything. I'm not a fan of killing things in general, usually. But I mean, a random
Don't
wild
bother.
owl bear that's killing people, I'm not gonna sit here and act like, no, we have to be friendly.
So if a
Oh,
rabid
guys,
bunny was chewing
It
on
don't
your
bother
shin,
me.
would you
It
kill
don't
the
bother me.
rabid
I will
bunny?
eat them.
If it has actual rabies.
As
then
this
that's
happens,
no.
you guys hear footsteps on the stairs behind you coming down from upstairs. Coming down from upstairs is a average-sized humanoid male, very short cropped hair. He has got on pretty much the same outfit that Wilhelm had on. It probably a work
What
uniform
color
of
is
some
his hair?
type. Do what?
What color is his hair?
Dark brown.
Okay, because I'm picturing Mo.
No, he is not Mo.
Okay.
Although I should have made him Mo because that's
Where's
hilarious.
Larry and
No,
Curly?
this guy is probably in his mid-30s or so. As he walks down the stairs, there is you notice that it's a stoic walk, almost a robotic walk. There's not a lot of sway and move. He is just very kind of deliberate in his steps, deliberate in his paces.
Very clenched cheek.
Correct. Very, very stick in the rear kind of walk. He makes his way down the stairs. He turns as he comes to your as he walks past your table. He just kind of delivers like a nod at you, and then he walks behind the bar. He walks over to the center of the bar. He turns. He places his hands on the bar, and then he just starts kind of surveying the bar as a whole. The outfit is very much the same as the one that Wilhelm was wearing. It's like a black vest. I don't think I described his outfit to y'all, did I?
Not much.
I don't think I did. It is. I want you to think kind of traditional Irish bartender, right? Like black pants, white shirt. Again, very, very little that you have seen outside of Falcon. There's nothing. No, the nicest clothes are still very warm. This is a black vest. It's very warm. It's very clear that it's very dirty. He's got a white dress shirt on under it with a collar that sticks up, same as Wilhelm's was. He's got the sleeves of his shirt kind of rolled up, and he walks behind the bar, walks in the middle of the bar, puts his hands down on the bar, and begins surveying the bar back and forth. Just kind of looking around, watching the bar.
Can I insight check him and see if he's nervous at all, or if he's just
That would be a perception check, but yes. No, give me an investigation check.
investigation?
Yeah, give me an investigation. You're looking for something specific.
That is 12.
That can help him.
If you were curious about, if you are so house rule, because I had not done this yet. If you are going to assist someone, like if somebody and you're going to help them, that person will roll with advantage. If you were going to do it on your own, then you would roll. So like if you want to see, if you're looking for the same thing, if you were going to say you're looking for the same thing, then you would roll. But if you want to, like, if you were going to lean over and be like, hey, I'm looking to see if there's extra specialists like a bet, then you guys looking for clues together, he would roll with advantage, which means he would roll a d20 twice and take the higher.
So I got
But
12.
they've got to collaborate in some way.
Correct.
Right.
But this is if you guys are having the conversation together.
Yeah.
If both of you are independently doing it, then if only one of you passes the check, only one of you would get that information.
Well, I'd imagine Paul would lead this. It's okay. Yeah. 'Cause you,
Okay.
You know what I'm doing.
Then
So-
give me a second roll with advantage.
I did not go.
So we're
Not
sticking with the 12. From what you can tell, it is not nervous. It's just very aloof, separated. Like he's when Wilhelm was there, you could tell that Wilhelm was checking, making sure everything's good and the details are, and he is just kind of scanning the room. I mean, he's not a robot,
He's checked out.
but he looks exhausted. He looks exhausted. The eyes are sunken back in the face, and you pick this up through your investigation. The eyes are sunk back in the face. He looks worn out. He looks absolutely exhausted. But he also looks like he's got a job to do, and while he may not be out there trying to be the best bartender in the world, he is doing his job.
Respect. I do have one question for Sandra. So,
What?
I'm sorry, you were busy with the flautist.
Sorry. Yes. What can I do for you?
Well, I was just going to ask you a few questions. You piped up on occasion during this trip. I thought you were going to leave at some point.
Do you want me to leave?
No, I'm fine with you here. But I'm just curious as to, well, we haven't talked that much. Do you want to do the adventuring life with us, or? Because you kind of just tagged along. We haven't spoken up that much. We haven't spoken to you all that much. I just want to make sure that you're good. And maybe I had a few questions about your milk.
What about my milk?
Well, the fact that it turned orange earlier. And also about the torch, too. Look, and before we get into this, you've seen that I have a bit of talent, too. I've kind of come into it recently. Shush you. I'm looking at all of it saying that.
Okay.
Okay.
She is clammed up at this point. You would not be amiss to assume that she thinks she's being scolded.
Kid. You're fine.
Hey, go easy on her. Remember what you did to the crew. She's probably a little
I'm not going to use the face. I got a little bit angry because people. That's a fair point. I won't use the shark face. Shark face Lear is a very. You mean this isn't good enough for you?
Nope.
No, I'm sorry, it's not. It doesn't even hold a candle to Falcons. That man is gorgeous.
Why did we suddenly
To be
become
fair,
Deliverance? I'm worried about this.
Falcon is about like a 10. I'd rate myself as like a 9.
From the corner, you just. That's the funniest damn thing I've heard tonight.
You're awesome, man!
All right, buddy.
But, Sandra, I don't know if you've noticed this, but we're a bit of a band of misfits here. Nobody's going to judge you for anything.
Yeah, that's obvious.
Well, if your perception was good, I just figured I'd mention it.
I didn't want to be alone.
You don't have to be.
I didn't want to travel by myself. And you were the least objectionable people that I found.
That's the nicest thing somebody said to me. That's definitely not what Honor said to me.
That's the line I use to pick up women. Amazing.
So you don't think I'm awful. That's great. That's a start.
Hey, what time
I was
is
just
it?
practicing.
It is 10:53. I was going to let them get through
No,
this
no,
bit
no,
of the
no, no, no.
conversation.
No, I'm not.
Oh, you mean in game?
Yeah.
You're probably 10, 15 minutes after sundown now.
Okay.
So she'll be walking.
Yeah. Hopefully soon to stop this awkward conversation.
It's not awkward. I'm trying to break the ice and make
It is awkward.
It's very awkward.
You're making it awkward.
You're kind of picking on me.
It wasn't awkward until you started talking about how
Yes.
handsome you mistakenly think you are.
First of all, I get that none of you quite understand what handsome is, besides Falcon. It's just very obvious.
It's him.
Yep.
Nobody's seen my face.
Is that a new feature?
Yeah, that's why I'm making it.
Okay, fine. You should have like an
I'm a
ornate
shader
mask or
guy. I'm
something.
like scary looking.
You're like gray.
I don't know. Are you?
Yeah,
You're like gray and bald. You're like the naked.
Don't look at me. I don't know what your character
You're like
looks
the
like.
naked cat in
There
Elves.
we go.
You're like the naked mole out of Elves.
I'm definitely
Anyway.
hiding my face now.
Sandra, all I was going to say is you're with a group that does a lot of magic. Like all of us can do magic.
I don't know anything about it. I'm still trying to learn what to do with this energy that I have.
Is it something that you thought that, well, let me tell you something before I'll offer something up. And if you feel well enough, then you can offer information in return. You see this sword at my hip here? And I show the katana a little bit. I found this a couple weeks ago, and after I made a connection to it, I've been able to do all sorts of fun tricks. I can make myself look like anybody I want. I can fire out glass from my hand. I should look at my spell list and remember what I have prepared.
So is everyone hearing?
As
say
you
this?
guys are going over this, everybody roll me a perception check.
That's a
I
7.
cannot roll to save my life today.
I got a
You may have to.
7.
Where's that at night?
What's yours?
14.
14?
By the way, can I say that Lear's not talking very loud? He's very.
Yeah, no. You guys are fine with that.
Okay.
You and you. I don't know why I'm pointing lasers like you could hear it.
Forgot
You
to
and
add, I think.
you. You and you.
I actually have a 9. I forgot
A 9? Okay, then the three of you. As you guys are, as the two of them are talking, the front door creeps open, inches, and you see a very small face kind of creep in, and the eyes are darting around the bar. They're darting. The door opens just a little bit more. The face looks in. She looks around the door. She's looking around the bar. She walks in, and she turns the corner to the right, kind of over towards where Falcon's table, but she does not go to Falcon's table. She walks between
Is she
those.
hiding?
From what you can tell, she is doing her best not to stick out in a bar in which there aren't many patrons.
I'll try.
Fair enough.
She
We've
is
noticed her.
hooded, completely hooded. You saw just the very front features of the face, but you two, as the two that would have spotted you two, as the ones who have spotted her, small in stature, small in frame, and hooded, like completely hooded. She is walking with a very nervous gait, and she walks up to the bar where the new bartender is sitting there. She leans up and kind of whispers something to the guy, and he just shrugs and kind of like open hands to the bar, like clearly you see there's no, and he just kind of shrugs. She turns and her head goes down as if dejected, defeated, and she turns and she begins scurrying back towards the front door. She is walking one table over from where y'all are sitting.
Who did she go talk to?
The guy behind the bar, the new bartender.
Okay.
And I didn't notice this, right?
You,
Three of us.
you and you would have absolutely noticed her. You guys with passive perception would have noticed somebody new has entered the bar. All right, somebody new has entered the bar, and you would have seen them kind of you wouldn't have necessarily seen the body posture and that, but you would have seen somebody start walking up to the bartender.
This is kind of a weird question, but so we noticed her.
Correct.
Did we notice anybody else noticing her?
No. Okay. And at this point, this is later on. The miners are gone. It's basically Falcon, his two compatriots, and y'all. There doesn't seem to be anybody else in the bar right now.
Okay. Did we overhear what she asked?
Nope.
Okay.
Well, I didn't see this, so you guys have to. No, I didn't.
You saw the figure walk in. Y'all saw the figure walk in, walk to the bar, and begin walking out, but they didn't necessarily, they just saw a figure walk in, walk out. They weren't really paying attention. They're engaged in conversation. The three of you guys would have noticed that she was very obviously scoping out the scenario, was very trying to stay as invisible as possible within the scenario. Straight to the bartender, talked. When he told her whatever he said, her head went down. She looked very dejected and started making her way back to the front of the bar.
Oh, no charisma.
No, it just means you're awkward.
I would say the person with the least.
Sure.
I think no. I think she should go talk because she would be the least intimidating.
Yes. Because
That's the. I mean, you could.
What
say
if she
no.
doesn't want to?
She is.
won't.
This figure is now making her way back towards the front door.
We really need to. Someone needs to talk to her. You don't want me to be the one.
I'll
So
go.
you can always tap me on the shoulder and go, "Hey, this might be the person we're looking for."
She is now about 5-10 feet away from the front door.
I'm gonna move up and start talking.
Hey, isn't that who we're supposed to be looking
Oh,
for?
that's right. You should have phrased that better.
When you said that, she stops, and kind of like that dramatic movie, you just see the kind of head turn back and look around.
I wave like a dummy.
She turns and spins around. She
The
sees
most
you.
non-threatening way ever.
She sees you waving, and she just kind of freezes and stares at you and looks. And at this point, because she's looking dead at you, you see a very skinny female face frame with very dark eyes peering out back underneath the hood. The hood is kind of down to eye level, and you see her peeking back at you, but not really. Like, she's listened, she's seen, she saw it, you've gotten her attention, but she seems hesitant to make her way back towards you.
Well, hi there. I'm sorry if I'm being loud. We were told that.
Can you fight?
Yes.
Can all of you fight?
Yes.
Can you help me? I will pay.
Help you what?
Lear will motion for her to come closer.
She walks closer to the table, not all the way to it, but she probably gives herself about 3 feet of room between the table and you. The bar is relatively empty at this point. It's just Falcon and the other two. No, she's speaking very quietly when talking to you, but she is talking to you. She is staring at you since you're the one that got the attention. And she said, "They're a group of us. We're stuck in a cave not too far from here. We've been under attack for a week. We don't know why, and all we've been able to do is hide. None of us can fight. We need help. We have gold.
What is trying to attack you?
People, men. We have been in this cave for a week. For some reason, now they're trying to force us out. We don't know. We didn't do anything." And now you can hear there is agitation, anger, hurt in her voice when she says it. "Can you help us? We will pay you gold."
We're interested. Just give us a little bit more information. We'll go.
There are, I don't know, 30 of us. Some old, some very, very young. But we have no fighters. These refugees. We were pushed out of the mountains. We found a cave. We're in it. And now the bad men keep showing up, trying to kick us out. And we've defended ourselves the best we can.
Find their
We
dress.
need help.
Find their dress for me.
They're just men. They show up there. I don't know how to describe them. They're just,
What are they wearing?
I don't know what you want. Clothes. Human clothes. People clothes. They're just in clothes.
Well, no, my dear. Uniforms. Or are they tattooed?
No, not uniform. Just regular people clothes. Like you would see outside. Just people. Just men. And they show up and they have swords and they have pickaxes and they have axes and they just keep trying to get us out of the cave.
Can I make
How many
a roll
of you
to see
are
if I'm
there?
being had?
If you would like to roll for
I want to see
insight, that is the right one. I forgot the word.
16.
16 for insight.
Yeah, that's better.
She is. This is better. She is being forthright but very apprehensive about something.
Okay.
Like there is a hesitancy to tell you something.
Right. She's withholding
Yes.
something.
So there's no way to see what if she's human.
I mean,
She seems probably like a
you can see basically from the eyes down to the chin of a female humanoid face sticking out of a very large hood, but based on her stature, you can tell that she is thin of frame and short.
How many of you are there?
There's about 30 of us.
How many of you were there? How long has this been going on?
We were staying in some ruins north of where we are now. We got pushed out by some orcs not too long ago. We found this cave and we decided to hide there. Once we got there and we hid, we decided it was a safe place to stay. But then, a few weeks ago, the men started showing up. The humans started showing up and trying to push us out.
Out of the cave. Is there anything else in the cave? Do they go anywhere in the cave?
We haven't let them in yet.
Oh,
How many?
Have they been looking for something? Are they trying to?
We don't know. They just keep telling us that we have to leave. And we have to leave. And it's not our cave. But we've been there for weeks.
How
We
many-
found it. There was no one there.
How many men?
In our group,
No.
In the group that's
Oh.
Yeah.
they come 5, 10, 15 at a time. We scatter into the cave and we hide from them until either we can fight them on one-on-one on our own or until they leave. Sometimes they leave and then they come back. But every time they see one of us, they try to attack us.
They all come back together, or like
They come back in groups. Always in groups. Always in groups.
Where is this cave?
It's south. It's south of here. It's only about 2 hours from here. We can go there now. We need help. I am begging you. We need help.
You seem a bit apprehensive.
My people have been killed. I have no fighters. If they don't stop attacking us, if someone doesn't make them stop attacking us, I don't know what. We don't have anywhere to go.
I'm gonna look to the rest of the group and see what their opinions are on this.
It sounds like this is a potential mine that the mining company here is trying to expand into.
Possibly.
We're understanding.
We could maybe negotiate some things.
That would be the best idea.
May I see your face?
Persuasion check.
The best idea would be to completely avoid all combat again.
We're definitely not gonna do it. We're gonna kill
24.
Wow. She says, if you will help me, I will show you who I am. She's now looking at you.
Yeah.
She has put her fingers around the hood and started to pull it back. And now you can see that there is jet black, very dirty, but jet black hair that comes down to just under the jawbone. It's not like a fancy bob. It's just, it looks like it was more cut off out of, with rudimentary tools. She has pulled it back to here and she is staring at you. If you will help us, I will show you my face. If not, I must get hidden.
I say we help, and if push comes to shove, we can deal with whatever happens. True. The closer we get,
Hard to say no to something leaving like this.
exactly. And I trust you, our trackers, to be able to pick up on any potential dangers out there.
Exactly.
So, if we're all in agreement,
I go with you.
Will you help me? Please.
we will.
As you say yes, she pulls the hood back. She is young, early 20s, based on her features. She's got very dark eyes, jet black hair. She is very, very dirty, like someone who has been living in a cave. The facial features, very, very bony structure, protruding kind of cheekbones. You can tell that she's not well nourished at this point. And then as soon as she gets it down, she looks around the table and then she puts it back up. And she goes, it's a 2-hour walk. If we leave right now, we can get there before the sun comes up. And then if they come tomorrow, we can be ready. I'm begging you.
When do they typically attack?
Shut up. They show up at shut up.
Well, I happen to be very good at ambushes. So, maybe we'll hide amongst you when they come in. We'll sneak them. We'll make sure we take one alive. Just for question purposes. And we'll figure out more from there.
Whatever you want to do, I just wanted to stop. I can't lose more of my people.
How many of you lost?
How?
Now, did she look human or did she look like a drow or anything like that?
Roll me a. I'm trying to think. Would you have had interact? Well, roll me a Give me a general perception check. 14?
10.
10. She looked like a human, albeit a very malnourished one. And while the hair was dirty and scraggly, it was very, very thick and coarse. Not scraggly, but dirty and mangy. It was very, very coarse.
How many of you have you lost to these attackers?
Almost all the menfolk. Probably 20 or 25 of the womenfolk.
How long has it been since you've had a good meal?
Ages. We basically find what we can forage for. We bring it back to the cave. We make sure the young ones eat, and then we eat what's left over.
I offer her a chicken.
She takes it and just begins going to town, but she's like, we have to go. And she starts walking towards the door while she is just...
That's fair. I fall around. I kind of pull my pirate coat for the
Coat,
captain's coat thing around me.
Are y'all following? Are we going?
All right, gentlemen. Seems like we have our heading.
I'll follow.
Okay. As you guys make your way out of the front and you open the door, this young woman darts out into the street and makes her way to the where you guys. She just starts heading this way down through town. She is walking down the main street to make sure you guys follow, but she is kind of darting between barrels, crates, eaves, awnings, whatever she can kind of try to stay as hidden as she can. And she begins to make her way back out of town, back down the Miners Trail. You guys follow out of Phandalin. Can I have a party order for you as you leave?
I'll head out first. And
Okay.
I'll follow.
All right. So we'll do.
I'll be in the back, trying to be stealthy and trying to make sure that our rear is covered.
Okay. So we're going
I'm
1, 2, 3,
I'm next to him. because
4, 5.
I'm always next to him.
So your marching order is going to be you. You guys leave. She starts bringing you south out of Phandalin, and you make your way down about 15, 20 minutes of walking. She cuts to, she starts going directions east, starts making her way east. You walk for about an hour and 45 more minutes. And off in the distance, you start to see the very southern range of the Sword Mountains, which are to the south. And you are starting to get into the foothills, the rolling foothills of the Sword Mountains. As you approach them, as you approach the Sword Mountains, she cuts off to the right and off the road through a grassy field. As you guys get into this field, do me one more round of everybody giving me a perception check. 16.
I got a natural 20.
Nice. First one of the campaign, right?
My excuse is it's dark.
It's dark. So 1.
I
3.
got an 11.
Zoe.
I have
You're up on 6.
I was gonna say I'm half elf, so I can see.
He's got
Sure.
dark vision.
Yeah.
Dark vision irrelevant here. It is a moonlit night. You, as you cut to the right and you start the trail. Do what?
It can't hurt.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
As the trail kind of wraps off and disappears from view, over to the right is this field. The figure you're following darts into that field, starts going across, and as you're going, you hear a noise in the distance. Your very keen senses, because you are on alert right now as you follow a strange figure through the night,
I also am a half elf. Remember.
and also are a health elf. You can hear things.
Yeah.
You hear a very light.
Okay, that's not.
Like the beating of wings?
Like the beating of, well, for him, he hears it. You don't hear anything.
No, I'm just asking
Yeah.
for lyrics.
It's very distant. You turn to look in that direction, And off on the horizon, because between looking back to the north, it's relatively flat across most of the Sword Coast. You have mountains in the north, mountains in the south, and most of the Midlands is just kind of rolling hills. You see well off in the distance just a pinpoint of light. It's very interesting because the light is exceptionally bright, but it's pinlight. It's like looking at the North Star, right? The sky is jet black, and you have but a very bright light. You see a very, very bright bluish tinted light well off in the horizon. You hear that sound. Then all of a sudden, you see this blast of energy. It is silvery blue. It's very, very faint, not as bright as the light, but it's a silvery blue flare. And then it disappears. The light is gone, and then the noise stops, and you hear nothing else.
I am walking next to Liam.
Okay.
Is everybody else within earshot? I mean, how close are we to?
You're all walking together. I would say for the most part, you're all within earshot. If you would like to whisper to him, you can run the risk of them hearing, or however you want to handle it.
Well, because I don't want to instill panic.
Sure.
I'm going to whisper to Lear and tell him what I just saw.
Oh. Is that the direction we're heading?
No. You are heading to the southeast. That was due north.
Yeah.
Where we might be hunting through that, I believe.
Following the creature or following the figure further?
I do believe that's what Falcon said. Is that direction?
Yeah, that's where the boar is. Yes.
The boar is way north, like north of the continent north. Yeah, when he told you that, he meant the Craigs are, you have not seen a map of the Sword Coast yet. You guys are down in this, like this is Phandalin, and here are the Sword Mountains where you are. The Craig is way up here.
Okay.
Ooh, yeah, that's fine. Well, let's just keep on our head.
Still walking as a group?
Still walking.
Okay. About 7-8 minutes later, the field breaks, the grass stops, and you come to an open patch of dirt that leads to a hole that goes into the base of one of the foothills. As you walk towards it, there is, in fact, I hate doing this because I feel like I want to roll something else. Give me one more perception check from the party.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
It's still dark.
Not doing it.
Okay.
That's
8,
7.
19. You, 11.
2.
God, man, get a new
dark.
Deck. You want to borrow today?
No.
It's dark.
You
Mandy
notice
for a little girl.
you notice hanging off to the right-hand side of this entrance into the mountain. There is a piece of wood about that big, about that wide. It is hanging from a single chain down. There is nothing written on the side that is facing out. It is just hanging there. The young woman you have been following darts into that hole, and you can see that there is torchlight on the inside, some sort of very faint firelight, probably a torchlight inside the entrance to this cave. You see the piece of wood dangling from a chain off to the side. You're the only one that sees that. Everybody else watches her dart into the hole. What are we doing?
What do we hear? Tavern music?
Thanks, Chris.
Sorry, I just noticed.
No, that's
It's all about immersion, yo.
that's yeah. I mean, I was right there in the moment.
Wood dangling.
Listen, those of you that are watching on the stream, I know there's only a few of you guys, but point that out because I am dumb.
You got a lot that you're juggling. Trust me, whenever I DM, and I always
Hey.
have something.
Hey. Don't help him.
Don't help. He's the adversary.
He's not the adversary.
No, I agree,
He's
but that's
part-
his perspective.
Well, we aren't following his perspective.
Okay.
You said
You see the piece of board. It's hanging by one chain, dangling off to the right of the entrance.
Is it like a doorbell?
It's just a piece of wood hanging on a chain.
It's a sign.
It's a sign for them to go into their hole.
But I can't
No,
see
it's a
anything-
sign that
But I
it's a
can't see
mine or
anything
something.
written on it. So to me, it's just a piece of wood hanging by a chain. So I should probably turn it around.
Oh, okay.
But I didn't
Excellent.
know if I could. do
Excellent.
that.
So,
Sure.
all
You can
listen,
do
and
anything-
this is
you can-
wait.
You can do
This
anything
is
you want.
this is learning to play D&D. You can do whatever the hell you want. Ask
Okay,
every
good.
question. Because if you can't, I'm just gonna say no, you can't do that.
Especially if you feel it's stupid.
You see,
That's
correct.
That's what I originally
Correct.
thought, but I was just like, I don't know.
You see written on this board. It is very, very, very faint. But you can see written on this board. Hold please. The words "mountain's toe." Mountain's toe.
You mean like big toe, little pinky toe?
Mountain's toe.
Mountain's toe.
TOE.
TOE. Correct. Mountain's toe. Correct.
Yeah.
It would
'cause
seem that
I don't know how
that's
you
the
Fair
name,
question.
name of this shelter, if you will.
The board says in very faint black lettering, "mountain's toe."
Mountain's toe.
Correct.
You can ask it the question again if you wanted to.
Huh?
Never mind.
What?
The joke's lost on you. It's fine.
All right, sorry.
Bruh. All right. So you guys are at the entrance. She has darted in. What are we doing?
I say we very carefully enter it because we
Okay.
don't know if this is a trap.
How do we carefully enter?
Yeah, it seems.
Well, you
certain
go
to me.
first.
I'll go
just gonna
first.
say that.
Okay.
I'll go first.
So you walk in.
Does anybody have a light?
He's elvish.
When you look in the door, there
Yeah, I can see in the
appears
dark,
there
so I-
appears to be.
The torch.
So one thing real quick. You have dark vision, correct?
Yeah.
Dark vision is
Oh wait, I think I have that too.
30 feet
Yeah, I
of
have that
black
too.
and white vision. It is not like you can just perfectly see everything in the dark. But in this
So
case,
it's
you
not like outlines of
correct. It'd be like watching an old black and white television
It's
with the
grayscale.
brightness turned. Correct. It's grayscale effect.
Or monochrome.
I had that too.
And dim light, you can see normally.
Correct.
And darkness, you see as if it's dim light.
Correct.
It's all black and white.
Correct.
Yeah.
All right. So you can see looking through as you make your way towards the entrance cave. It goes about 10 feet, and then it opens into a room, and there is torchlight coming from that room. Are we walking in?
I'm going to follow behind all of you.
Okay. You walk in, and as you walk in,
Let me get it straight. She just,
she ran in. Correct.
So this could be a trap.
yeah.
Well,
It's
I mean,
very
I
much
could-
seeming like a trap.
Could I do some like recon?
Wait, don't you have an owl?
You
Yeah,
don't.
no.
You don't. You don't.
I pet him, yeah.
He's about the owl, I think. Aren't you? Wait, okay.
Well, the other thing that we could do is wait for a second. Can you like transform into animals?
Transform.
Good point. You can give us a good look real quick.
I can do a mouse or rat.
That works. Cave rats are common.
Is that
Wait a minute.
common in the
Wait a
cave?
minute. Wait a minute. These people are hungry. You don't want to be a rat. I'm just saying.
That's
Probably a bad
All
idea.
right, so something, something small, with not a lot of meat on
You
it,
can be a bat.
like a squirrel.
No,
It
he's
can't
got.
be a bat that has flight.
Squirrels
Yeah.
don't
Oh, that's
have
right.
a whole lot of meat on them.
What about flying squirrel?
They're not that small either.
It is your decision, my man.
Because a flying squirrel technically can't fly.
To be fair, a squirrel is more appetizing than a rat.
Probably.
What about a spider?
He could be a spider.
They might eat
Cannot be,
spiders.
that's a bug. Not
Would you stop being a buzzkill?
I'm trying to keep him safe.
Look, if he gets hit, he doesn't die, right?
No, I think
He will
Transform back.
adopt the hit points of whatever animal he is. When those hit points drop to 0, the remaining damage you take is transferred to your character, and you revert back to human form.
Exactly.
Or
So you'll be fine.
form.
Let's get stepped on a little bit. I'm sure you like that kind of thing.
she's got to be like
So
quiet.
But if he gets caught and doesn't get eaten,
You hear from 3 miles away Falcon going, "Don't kink shame, man." I'm just kidding. That doesn't happen.
it's like you can hear all good jokes.
Yeah, he can. Falcon's really funny.
Sure. Okay, I'm just gonna do a mouse.
A mouse.
Yeah.
Okay. So you is that a is that a leveled spell for you,
A what? 11?
Matthew? Is that a leveled spell for him? Do you know?
It's like wild shape.
Yeah.
It's like an innate.
wild shape. It's not a spell. It is an ability.
It's an
that
ability.
You can use
Once-
twice.
twice.
Long rest.
Perfect. Okay. So you will just remember you've used that once since your last long rest. You guys watch. You guys watch as he kind of closes his eyes. His form just kind of goes still and silent for a minute, and then the skin begins to just kind of pull, and it almost like it was dehydrating, but as it shrinks in, so does his entire form, and he just eventually shrinks down into, you said a mouse form. As a mouse, you're gonna go into the cave.
Go into the cave and recon.
You go skittering down the hallway. You get to the end of that tunnel that opens into the first room. You see the woman that you followed. The room opens to another tunnel to the left, another tunnel to the right. As you enter that first tunnel, you see the woman that you followed, as well as two other figures.
Should I enter the tunnel to the left or the right?
You were standing at the exit to the first tunnel, the first tunnel in, right? There is a tunnel that goes. Sorry, there's a tunnel. If you were to go, you're now at the entrance to a chamber, right? You can go straight. There's another tunnel similar one that came up, and to the right. Standing between those tunnels in this first chamber are the figure you followed in, as well as two more that are almost identical to her. Very, very similar features. They've got their hoods down now. Very similar features. The only difference, one of them has much longer hair. One of them has removed the hair from the head, shaved it, whatever. They are standing there talking. And as you roll into the room, you see, hold please. 1, 2. Two of the three figures start sniffing the air. They turn and they look back towards the entrance of the tunnel, and they see you.
I see a mouse.
They see a mouse.
Oh no.
As they do, they turn, they look, and they just start going like you would call a puppy.
Right.
And they're kind of like giving you the come here.
But I'm not doing that.
It's up to you. You can do whatever you want.
No, I'm not doing that.
So what are you doing?
Now I'm running
Which direction? Back out?
back out.
Okay.
'Cause I don't want to get eaten.
Okay. So you guys watch as you just hear and this little mouse comes screaming out of the hallway. Or when you get to the exit back to where they are you turning back into human or back into your form, or are you staying a mouse?
He can talk with
It's up
animals.
to you. You can. Yeah, he can talk to him.
Yeah, you can talk to him.
Also, he can understand his boy's wild shape.
He can understand you, but he would not be able to communicate
All
back
right,
with
Lear's
you.
Lear's
Well,
gonna
he can
pick
talk
up.
to Matthew.
All right.
Lear's gonna pick you up.
I
in his-
tell
Garrett.
I tell Garrett.
I have to do it.
Do you? Okay.
What's it called? It's a spell slot to do that.
Don't worry about that. I got this. So I pick
Yeah,
up
okay,
Apollo up in his.
so Captain picks me up, and
All right.
I say exactly what just happened.
Yeah, but
Can he talk?
you can't.
No.
He just said that you
All right.
can't.
Nope.
So why are you picking him up?
He cannot talk common to y'all. Matthew can can speak with animals.
He doesn't
So-
want to do that because
Why
But-
not just
Spell
change
slots,
back?
so if I have
Why not
to,
change
I
back?
can,
Don't worry
but
about it.
yeah.
He's not going back in as the mouse.
well then,
And we'll
okay,
probably
so-
have a long rest in there if they're fine, which it seems like they are. So
okay, all right,
it's fine to metagame this a little bit because you're new.
yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
exactly.
Yes.
And that's fine. Answering questions is exactly what we are doing.
Back down,
Yeah.
and I transform.
What I was just gonna do some yes or no answers. You could just shoot.
Oh yeah, just blink.
Yeah.
I can
Yeah,
blink.
but
All
what's
right,
the-
I
yeah.
was gonna go and
No,
dodge
no,
your head.
no,
That's
no.
a little bit more audible.
What's the point though? You're not going back in as a mouse. You might as well change.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's what I originally
Yeah.
thought. So I'm changed back.
All right, so you guys see him. The mouse figure begins to extend and contort, and then eventually grow back into your form. So now you guys are standing there at the entrance of the cave. You now know that it's about 10 feet of tunnel that opens into a large chamber. The figure you followed and two more that are very, very physically similar to her are standing there. They were conversing with each other before they recognized you standing or detected you at the entrance to the chamber.
And that's
And you're going to pass that information on.
They don't seem like they're in an ambush position or anything like that.
yes, they could be.
They're hungry.
They're definitely.
But they don't seem like they're waiting. They're waiting to kill us or something.
I don't think so. No.
Okay, good. That's all I need to know. Still, I think Alden should take the front because he's much better at frontline fighting.
Yeah, put him in the front. That's what he said.
All right.
You two stay behind us.
I was gonna head it no longer right by him.
Okay.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
I'm a melee.
Gotcha. You two go first.
There's
I'll
a,
stay in the middle.
there's a problem though. There's something that we never discussed before we started playing. You're the only one that I know has a weapon.
I have weapons.
I was gonna say, I think I let you all have a common weapon to start.
Yeah, like I have.
You have one, right? We gave you one to start.
Quarterstaff.
I don't have that written down.
Yeah, I thought. Hang on, I think I have your character sheet. I thought I gave
I
you
am a weapon, dude.
Amazing.
That's what I'm talking about.
You keep that.
I got some cool abilities.
Where would
too,
my
man.
weapon be written down?
I know I got the lightning thing.
Well, we'd have put it in your inventory, but there's nothing on yours. So, what weapon would you be carrying?
Two of them, but you know.
Either two one-handed weapons or one two-handed weapon.
No, I mean a bow and a.
For the sake of you being a paladin who would obviously be armed, we will say
Yes.
you do have a.
Okay.
You want a longbow or a common bow?
Longbow.
Okay, you have a longbow and a common
Sword.
common short sword. Okay.
Do you have a shield? Does he have a shield? Or is he...
I don't think I went with that.
Yeah, I don't think you went
We'll
shield.
talk about this later.
Yeah, I don't think I went with that.
Okay, we'll go bow and short sword for you. Do you have anything? I would have let everybody have a common weapon.
She has a staff, like
Staff.
a quarter staff that she.
Got it. 10-4.
How long
You guys
is
know
this
what you
thing?
have, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's actually
All right.
like a quarter.
All right. So what are we doing?
All right,
I
so
wasn't even seeing it.
beefy boys up front.
Well, I mean,
I'll go middle.
I'm just-
Magic in the back. That's right. You be intimidating, Gary.
Okay. So you guys begin walking down. Are we walking in? Beefy boys up front. I like it.
Boys up front.
I like it.
Garrett, we might have to fight. Are you ready for this?
Of course. This wouldn't be my first scrape.
I like it.
That's good to know.
All right, so you guys walk down. As you get to the end of the first tunnel, it's about 10 feet long. It's about yay wide, so the two beefy boys would have to walk one in front of the other. The rest of you guys could go by in twos if you wanted to. You walk into that first chamber, and the figure that you followed turns. Her hood is down now. You've already seen her face, obviously. She showed you. As she turns, the other two figures behind her also turn, and now you guys see that they are remarkably similar in looks. The one that you spoke with has shoulder length hair. It looks to have just been really roughly chopped off at the end. The one to over her left shoulder, her hair has been clearly just let to grow. She has it kind of loosely pulled back, braided, but it's very long. And the one over her right shoulder has somehow shaved, removed whatever the hair off the top of her head. She looks and she says, "Thank you for coming. You're all that way." And she points to.
She's still whispering?
No, she just
That's
very.
just, how
She just
speaks.
yes,
Okay.
correct. So you guys have walked down a tunnel that's about 10 feet wide by 7. That's off scale. The chamber opens up in that direction. There's a tunnel that goes that way. It rolls kind of back around in this direction. There's a tunnel that goes that way. And then there's a wall over in this direction. There is a torch there, and there. This room is illuminated enough that there are no issues seeing. They are standing over here in this corner under this torch. You are all kind of gathered in that area. She says, "Refugees are down this tunnel," and she points down that tunnel, which is to your right, her left. She says this, and she points back at the tunnel just came through. This is where they come. This is where they come from.
All right, so we're looking at
They don't
them
come from the
full in the
entrance.
light. right?
She pointed back to the tunnel you guys just came in.
What's in the third tunnel?
That's where refugees are.
There's a tunnel that goes that way. You don't know what's back that way. There's a tunnel that goes that way, and she says that's where the refugees are.
What's down there?
It's a regular cave. It goes back. It's connected. It's a network of caves back here, and when they come, we scatter and hide.
All right. So you're saying they all look the same. Are they humans?
As far as you can tell so far, if you would like to investigate further, you are more than welcome to.
Yeah, I have 0 investigation. So
Okay.
It's not gonna
Doesn't mean you can't roll.
Doesn't mean you can't
all
roll.
right. I'm
You get
gonna,
lucky.
I mean,
I'll help with you.
okay.
Can I help with that?
Roll with advantage.
I have,
Wow.
Play it where it lies.
Can you reach it? Or
It
do
was
I
a
need to do
4.
that?
Don't take that.
Yeah, I'm taking it. I don't care.
No, roll again. You got advantage. Roll
You got
twice.
advantage, though, so.
You get another roll.
Roll that die after you
You
put
get
your
it
foot
closer.
on it.
Like that matters.
I don't know. Does it matter which jersey you wear on game day?
I
Yes.
don't know.
See?
That's just,
What's that one?
It's just a weird thing. It's 13.
13.
Well, that's 13 on a die, but how much perception do you have?
They are
No, investigation.
It's
they are
investigation,
they are
absolutely.
very odd. The hair that they have, you are at this point only able to see the head and neck. Everything else, all three of them, very similarly dressed, big long robes. The hair is very dirty. It is very matted. It is very thick. They are incredibly dirty.
Do they have any weapons on them?
Not that are visible as of right now, but again, they are all wearing these big, thick kind of.
Are there any bones around us?
Make an investigation check around the room.
That's a natural 20.
That is a natural 20. No bones, but in having looked for them, you smell decay, like body decay, like dead body decay in this cave.
They said that they lost a lot of people though, so.
You smell the stench of death in this cave. You're not
Is
sure.
it coming from them or is it coming from?
It is permeating in
Is
this
it
cave.
coming
It's
from-
not like so overpowering that you're retching from it, but you can very clearly tell that someone
You,
in mass have died in this
So
cave.
we saw that they're humanoid. Can we see the shape of their teeth?
Roll an investigation for that. And I'll let you do it at advantage because I'm sure you're all looking at the same thing.
18.
18. Their teeth are dirty. Their canines are pronounced. More pronounced than you would think. But these are also a group of folks that have very clearly been living in what you can tell is squalor and ruin. If that have an impact, we don't know, but you can tell that they have very pronounced canines.
I'm a little concerned about what happened to the ones who passed on.
I can't help but notice there's a bit of an aroma to the cave. Have you guys had to keep your dead in here or the dead of?
We have been unable to bury our dead. We've moved them to the back of the cave to keep them out of the way and make sure that nothing comes in here to find the body. And we cannot go out in the sunlight because we don't know when the humans are going to show up. And we can't risk people getting caught outside if they do.
I have a secondary question, and this is coming from a guy who's not human. Well, he's half human. What exactly are you?
We are refugees. I've told you this. We are
No,
refugees.
well, you refer to.
We come from an old race of people. As far as I'm concerned, we're going to give you a lot of gold, and that seems like all that should matter. We have been attacked. We have been killed. We need it to stop. And we need your help because we can't do it ourselves.
Refugees from the
Orcs. Yes, the orcs. They destroyed our hospital, our place of living, just like everybody else's. But we are not always welcome in other places to find somewhere else to live. We found this, we made it our own, and now they want to take it from us.
Why wouldn't you be welcome anywhere?
Look at us. We're poor, we're dirty, we're stinky. No one will welcome us into their
Let us bring up
towns.
the question of pay since you're full. But I'm making a joke. I'm sorry.
She, as you say that, kind of pulls up the edge of her robe, unhooks something, and she pulls out a bag about that big around and throws it not to you, throws it at you.
Okay.
Catch it?
Yeah.
You catch it. You pull the drawstring and you open what is probably 7 to 10 solid size gold nuggets.
But I take back everything I said. We'll kill those people in the morning.
I
Wait a minute,
shot
wait a
you.
minute, I have a question. If they're starving, why do they have this?
Because of how they look. They're getting thrown out of different towns and such.
Well, she was able to come into the tavern.
With her hood drawn, with her hood on.
Yeah.
And in the night, I have cried in the daytime. People do not like me around in the daytime.
Can you spend the gold at night?
Gold doesn't work for those of us that look like this.
Gold
Well-
works for everybody, don't it?
You would think.
Well, if you're not open to barter, then no. Trust me, I've seen that. Well, You've substantiated the fact. You substantiated that you can pay. You have our services. We'll keep to our honor-bound oath and make sure that this problem resolves itself.
That's all I ask. I have not been here in a day or two. Usually it's always 2 or 3 days. They will probably be here in the morning. Will you be ready for them?
Do you have any good sight lines on the entranceways? Any good places to hide?
I mean, you can find somewhere in this cave if you want, but this is the entrance they always come to. And she points back to the tunnel you guys came in. When you got there, there is a large radius, probably 60, 70 feet around the entrance that very clearly has been cleared out. It is just big dirt open field kind of thing.
What about the rest of the refugees? You said we were going to hide amongst them.
I would prefer your people, my people, not be around the men when
How
they come.
high is the ceiling?
In this chamber, probably 10, 12 feet.
Are there stalagmites?
Tights to the ceiling, mites from the
Okay,
ground.
I knew it was wrong.
Well, we could use some.
No, they're not. It is rocky. The roof is kind of, it goes up from the entrance. It's rounded. It comes back down to the back of the room and then fades into the tunnels.
What materials do you have at your disposal? Do you have a lot of wood, or do you have any sort of wood and rope? that we
I
use?
can show you what we have. And she, as she says that, starts walking through this tunnel back to where she told you the refugees are.
Let's follow.
You follow?
I
Okay.
thought she said we weren't supposed to go back there.
Not for the fight.
Nope, not for the fight. She doesn't want people she doesn't want to beat the refugees in danger of the fight. As you guys walk, this tunnel goes down about 10 feet and it opens into another chamber that opens up like this. There is a second tunnel that goes down that way. This room then curves around like this, comes back. There's another tunnel that goes that way.
All right.
In this room, which is larger than this room, I'm terrible at drawing the scale. It's about 50% larger than this room. You walk in there, and as you get into that room, you hear coughing, you hear wheezing. You see along this back wall a number of similar sized figures. Some of them have blankets pulled up over them. Some of them are in their robes. Some are sitting against the wall with their hoods pulled down. Over in this corner, you see what you would assume is a stock of their food. It is primarily rotten vegetables. It is small, the remains, the carcasses of small game animals from the woods that the meat has been gnawed off and it's raw. You see the remains of nuts, like the shells of nuts that have been discarded. It smells awful.
All right. I have a question about the caves
Mhm.
themselves. Have they been carved? Are they man-made, or is this a natural cave?
Roll me a history check. Roll it with advantage.
He's gonna need that.
Yes.
Roll again.
All right. 15. Where's the?
This is a mine.
No, I have 0 history. Sorry.
This is a mine.
This is a mine.
This
Okay.
is a mine. Based on the structure, of it, the tunnels, the way they are carved, the way that the roof seems to flow into and out of the tunnels, you are now you can figure out that this is a mine. This is not a natural cave.
There's gonna put his hand on Alwyn and just kind of whisper and just go, maybe you could do something for the sick folk. If you feel so inclined.
Like what?
Maybe lay hands on them.
There are against that back wall probably 17 or 18 figures. Some of them are coughing, some of them are sick, some of them are they're just kind of, it looks like they're just resting. They're just kind of sitting up against the wall. They've all got on the very similar outfits, not all identical outfits, but the same kind of, hood, large figure, all about the same size, all about the same shape.
Do they all have their hoods pulled up?
No, many of them have their hoods down. Some of the ones on the wall, maybe trying to get some shut eye, trying to get some rest, have their hoods down. You see a couple of other ones walking around that are very, very similar to the 3 that you have met in the front room so
I
far.
was gonna ask, do they actually have the same faces?
Not exactly, but super close.
Oh,
Super similar.
There, it's the tree that goes straight up.
Roll Tide.
Oh, boy.
No, I'm kidding. They don't. There's no like deformities. It's not like they're like a bunch of inbreds, right? They're not like a leper colony or anything. But they all look remarkably similar. Not perfectly identical. You can see the young ones are like very much younger versions of the larger ones. The majority of them are female. There are a couple of men looking ones, but the ones that are men, like they're clearly injured. They're not capable of fighting or have been injured in fights, whatever.
All right, I need to say something earlier. All right, from strategy purposes, is it a good idea for me to use lay of hands right now when we're about to go into battle?
We're not about to go into battle. We'll have time to rest and recuperate.
Will we?
You will be tomorrow. And the one that led you there, you realize has been basically lockstep with you as you walked around.
I haven't said anything out of character.
Sure. Sorry, I'm going to retcon that. She says, "They're very good. You will be tomorrow."
The sick that are sick will still be sick tomorrow if no one's.
We would appreciate your help in that regard, but you won't want to be at full strength if they show up tomorrow. I will say this is probably about 2-3 in the morning.
How sick is it?
So there won't be a time for
You can make if you would like to investigate, you can make a medicine check for one of them. Yes. Okay, roll it at
I
advantage.
know it's not being very paladin-y or diny.
18? Yeah, you can roll again just in case.
Oh, no.
So 21?
Yeah.
22? Okay, you can roll again just to see if you
She's
get
even
a.
with us because she hasn't said a word.
Okay.
I think she might be asleep.
This sick seems to be more caused by exhaustion than it does like natural, like a flu or virus. There are probably 2 or 3 that are hacking, and you can tell they've got something going on with their lungs. Maybe
It's
it's
not the
fluid,
black
maybe
lung,
it's
is it?
damp. No, well, you don't recognize it as that.
A whole bunch of hairs in the skull.
From like blood poisoning or anything like that.
Not that you're able to tell. It just seems like they are infirm. The figure that you have been following for a while comes up to you, and she says, "We are going to move them further back in the cave because if they overrun you and come in here, we want to make sure we're ready to hide. But if you stop them, there is more where that comes from." And she points at the bag of gold.
Is this room the staging area that you want us to work with?
You do what you feel like necessary to drive them away.
Do you have
Kill
any-
them, scare them. I don't care. I just don't want them to come back.
Understood. I'm just trying to assess the situation. My brother was very good with traps and whatnot. A few things pop in my mind to possibly help. These two, well, they're fairly good at woodsmanship, and the girl over there is surprisingly good.
If they show up, you have a few hours. If they don't show up tomorrow, you will have another day at most.
I like that.
Why here?
Why? What do you mean? This is where we live now.
Why?
Because we haven't found anywhere else to go. Our old place where we live was destroyed by the orcs. We have sent a couple of scouts here.
But it was already in ruins, wasn't it?
It was an older building, but it was comfortable for us. We don't need much. Look at us. There was a roof, there were walls, and no one ever bothered us. And then the orcs came, and they drove us out, and we have sent scouts back to look. But there's a few orcs and ogres that remain, and we can't fight them.
Where did you come from?
I just told you, we lived north.
How do
of-
I get there?
Hold, please.
DM.exe has stopped working.
No, it's not far from here. It's
It's over there, man.
Well,
It's
hey,
over
do-
well,
do-
I'm-
do- do- do.
It's over there.
She said, okay, it's northeast of here, maybe 3 hours of walking. We got driven out. We found this cave. We've been staying here since. We have not seen an orc. We have not seen an ogre. And we have not seen an outsider until a couple of weeks ago when the humans came.
Well, there's every chance that they're trying to reopen a mine here.
It's not a mine. It's a cave. We found it. It's ours.
I don't plan on having you guys move.
I'm just hearing
Good,
a song running
because
through
it's
the
ours.
By the way, what's your name? We've been talking to each other.
My name is Zelina. Zelina with a Z, but she's got a.
Oh, Zelina. Gotcha.
She points back to the two that were behind you, and she says that he, the one with no hair, is Z, and the one with the very long hair is Zell.
I can see the naming convention here.
It's family names.
I got you. Don't worry. Zelina.
Don't make fun of names, man.
No, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, it makes sense to their family. But anyway, Zelina, can we get some different, could you bring us, good job. Could you bring us some materials and stuff that you have that you can spare for possible traps and whatnot?
She walks down this tunnel. It opens into a very small chamber. Not very much to it at all. She comes back out and she hands you two. She hands you two spools of rope. She hands you 2 pickaxes, and she hands you. She rolls out an empty barrel, and she says, "Yes, it's all we have. If you would like to search further into the cave to find more, you're welcome to. But this is what we have."
Is it 2 spools of rope and empty
2
barrel?
spools of rope, probably about 25 to 30 feet long, each of them. 2 pickaxes and an empty barrel.
Here's what we do. We put the little girl in the barrel. She holds the pickaxes, and then we roll the barrel.
Spin her in a circle a bunch of times.
Circle of death!
Right, can we build
Actually,
a
I was
trap?
going to use the barrel, but
Can we build a trap with that?
that's what my plan was.
All right.
We could either
What
splinter
is
the
a trap with a barrel?
I will say
Open
at
the
this
barrel?
point, you are probably sitting on about 6 a.m. right now.
It's almost time, yo.
Good point.
Says the half elf.
All right. So
We'll put a trap
We've been up all night,
at the,
and we haven't spent the
opening.
night.
You have been up all night. You have
Where-
not slept since you show up to the
Yeah,
Sword
like-
Coast.
We did have a meal, though. so-
We did have a meal.
We didn't go sleep in the rooms we paid for.
Correct.
Some of us have been
We
drinking.
set a trap because that's where they're gonna go. They're gonna go where they think the people are.
true, but we should probably spring the trap when half of them are coming in.
Right. That's a one-way entrance.
Yep.
They're all gonna be right there.
It's something called the Diablo door technique, where you let fighters come in one at a
We
time.
form a rudimentary lathe.
Or, okay.
I don't know what this Diablo is,
Yeah.
but it sounds like a very
Oh,
fun
we might
time.
fight them
Yes.
before things are over. Who knows?
So you're saying like let one of them in at a time? And take them on?
Well, I say we let a few in, we kill them, we spring the rope trap, we trip them up, we kill those guys.
You know, I know this is against my character, but why don't we just talk to them?
Honestly, I'd like to talk to them.
All right, we could start with that.
Yeah.
All right,
Well, are we being paid to kill them?
we're being paid to get them to leave.
Yeah.
All right, so.
Strictly speaking, we're being paid to help these people.
Yeah.
Yes. We don't
Oh,
have
by
to.
the way, I have a question about that. Off character, not in character. So I have like cure wounds. I also have herbalism, alchemy. Like, could I do something to help the people that are sick?
You're certainly welcome to.
Do I have to roll for that?
If you are going to use Cure Wounds, how does Cure Wounds
I
work?
can use that
Cure wounds, you
4
just
times.
cast.
You just cast it.
You should probably
But you'll have to
save
roll
Let
for
me
how
just
many hit
say,
points, but
like with me,
if
you
they're
should
not
save this.
injured, it's probably not
because-
the best choice.
One of us,
Well, see,
or
that's what I originally thought.
We
I-
need to-
I didn't
yes.
know it's-
Tim, the smart move is repel the attack first, then we can start helping people out.
yeah,
Exactly.
I mean,
Make sure that we don't die.
if we
Now,
make
they
the
don't
bad
die.
people go away, you can take your time.
Yeah.
I will help you.
Exactly.
We'll take care of them.
Nobody's gonna kill over while we're doing this.
All right.
far as we know.
I don't know.
I just wanted to ask. So. All right.
All right.
That was
So do we have a plan of attack here? Are we just waiting?
All right,
Yeah,
pick
we-
your places.
I'd say we send a little girl to just stand right in the mouth of the cave.
That's a terrible idea.
Okay.
No, it's a good
Great
talk to the
idea.
bird.
Actually, no, it's
That was a
great
joke.
idea.
No.
No, it's
No,
not.
no. That was a joke.
We're gonna creep and talk to those birds, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, I'll stand in the middle, behind the barrel.
Why are we staying inside the cave? Why not be outside of the cave when the guys come up? Because I know you want to go with the approach of, narrow, but that could also hurt us too. If we're outside, we all have different ways of fighting.
Well, if anybody's
That's
going
a
to
fair
talk,
point.
we need to send a tough guy.
I just want to say I swing with a wide arc. I need some room.
We need
True.
to send a-
All right, then we'll stand at the mouth of
Not
the
to
cave
mention,
and
it
wait.
sounds like
Okay.
these guys are not fighters. They're just minders. So we can.
As far as we know, and we'll know when we meet
There's
them.
probably
need to
a
send a
couple capable
negotiator.
handlers,
Yes. Well,
Well, hopefully they don't shoot the messenger.
I would not be the negotiator.
but
So
No, not.
Yeah.
Guess it's going to be me.
But we can stand there as intimidating presences.
Here's the thing,
Show that
though.
We have supporters.
All of
I can
you
do
guys,
intimidating. I can do that.
Exactly.
I'll keep all in with me. The three of you need to hide in case things go bad. That way you can sneak them.
That's a good move
If
because
it kind of goes bad.
that way they don't know how many numbers we have.
True.
Selena,
Yes.
No,
may I see your dead?
That was deep.
If you want, but you're
On the
very
first
deep in the back
day.
of the cave. It will take some time to get there and back. We put them back here. There are bears in these woods. There are other creatures in these woods. If you want to see them, it will take some time to get there and back. And I'm worried that the bad men may show up any minute now.
How long will it take?
It's probably a 10 to 20 minute walk to the back of the cave and back.
Hey, Kate, we might need you.
At the same time, if she's back there, then we don't have to worry about her getting hurt because I don't want her in battle.
she's got some kind of rebound thing or something.
Well, she's going to learn somehow.
I will have to defend.
What, do you think I was just going to let her get killed or something?
Sounds
Then
like
we'd
it.
better get going.
As this happens, the sunlight has begun to creep in through the entrance to the cave and started to fill that first chamber bright enough that is now starting to even kind of roll off into that second chamber.
Dude, that is wrong.
I know, I just saw that too,
That
Mike.
is
That's
wrong.
a good way to get
That-
yourself blocked from
That is wrong.
everything,
You're
Mike.
not gonna get blocked, but that's messed up, man.
Mike, at least he called himself a troll. I respect that.
It's all right. It's all
One thing I got right.
we
For
we,
for
we
for the
already
record,
predicted that anyway.
for the record, my man Joey B literally sent me a picture of the belt. So.
Yeah, we already.
All right. So
predicted
as it is 11:57 p.m., we're gonna go ahead and say now that as you guys, so where are you guys stationed as the sun comes up?
Lear is just going to lean against the mouth of the cave.
Okay.
It's very cool like.
Oh.
Who is with him and who is where?
It's too small.
It's okay. It's not important.
Who Lear's at the mouth of the cave. Who is with him and who is
I
where?
am.
You're with him?
We're, I assume, probably in that second chamber around the corner, so they can't see us.
Here?
unless they come in.
So Zelina has taken all of
Yeah, they're
the
they've
refugees
back, right?
and have walked down this tunnel and moved to the back.
they'll be fairly close to the mouth of the cave, but back far enough to where they can't be seen. You don't want to be that deep in the chamber.
We'll
That's
retreat
what I'm
back to
saying.
you
We're in the
guys.
I think we should be in the second.
So the
chamber.
entrance
Hop
the
out.
entrance to the cave is
That's what I
here.
originally-
Yeah.
This is chamber 1
Yeah.
They'll
and
be
this
in-
is chamber
Yeah.
2.
They'll be in chamber 1. The way it's drawn, there should be ways for them to be on either side and not be seen.
They
Unless-
could, if you
unless
didn't want to be
the drawing is
seen,
for
you
it.
could push up against that wall
Yeah.
or that corner and not
Right.
be seen.
That's, I mean,
I just figured that was kind of an angle to be seen at. So.
If you want to be seen, that would be a terrible place to do it.
Why don't we-
If you don't want to be seen, you could pump up against these walls, anywhere over here, or anywhere over here. I would say anywhere back here, they would see you if they
They're
got to
going
the
out.
entrance.
Okay,
so
they're
you
going
need to
out.
be as,
We need
you
to
guys
be
need to be as close
them.
to us as possible.
So yeah, we need to be like.
The front corners.
All right, sure. I was just
Well, we could just do a retreat. number.
Well, if
Because I'm
something
not so
happens
big.
to one of them, we have to heal them, right?
Here's the thing. If it goes bad, we shuffle back
Or,
into
like,
the
protect
next
them.
chamber, then we funnel them in.
Maybe join the
Yeah.
fight.
You now hear off in the distance, you start to hear noises. You start to hear
Coming from the
coming
entrance of
from
the cave.
past the dirt field, because it goes out about 40 feet before the grass that you guys came through in the field is, you start to hear movement in that grass, in that tall grass, moving towards your direction, similar direction from where you guys came last night. I'm not even looking anymore.
Oh,
Not even looking anymore.
I called it.
Now I'm looking. Yep.
I
Okay.
called it.
Cool.
Called
You did.
it Thursday, Lonzo's Fight Club.
All right. So you
All
hear
right,
the
stop
you hear the
the
motion in the grass. As you do, it stops, and eventually you hear from the far side of that grass, "You leave now, or you die." One single arrow comes flying out and lands at the mouth of the cave.
I marched right the hell out there.
Out into the grass?
No, you went back with the.
No, she stayed out because Zelina said it would have taken too long to get back out there. So you walk out,
Yeah, she refused.
and you say, you do. This arrow has just stuck at the mouth of the cave.
I pick it up. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I would walk it back out there to them.
You don't see where they are now. This shot came from somewhere in the high grass.
It's a bad idea.
You can roll for perception, see if you see him if you want to.
Here's the thing: we're not going to let you walk out there by yourself.
She just did.
No, unless you didn't.
I don't see them.
You don't see them.
No,
You were.
it's a 4. It's a 4.
I got a whole bag of dice. Do you
Okay.
want them?
That's fine.
Uh,
I guess it's opposed. I mean, if you,
So
I shouldn't make the call whether I see them or not. I rolled a 4.
you don't
DM.
see him. So you've picked up Cassandra's picked up the arrow. She has walked out to the middle of that open patch of grass. You saying anything? You yelling? You just holding it in the air?
Who's this?
I like it. From the middle of the grass stands a man. Do what? From the middle of the grass stands a man holding a hunting bow. Probably in his late 20s. He is in very ostentatious leather armor. It is got a symbol on the front that seems to be an S in the shape of a snake, right? Snake, but it's a curled up S. He stands up, and as he does, he pulls another arrow from the nook, and he points it. And he says, "I did. You and your compatriots will leave this mine, or you will all die. The choice is yours."
I stare him down.
Okay?
The child.
Are you leaving?
I'm not going anywhere until I know what's going on.
Releases an arrow at you. What's your AC?
12.
Well, the first attack of the campaign is a natural 1. Congratulations.
All right, get the girl.
As he pulls and he releases the arrow,
I suggest you leave.
the arrow just and sticks to the ground, and he stares at it. What the hell?
Nice shot.
He looks at another one and he looks and he says, "I've never missed twice."
Well, it's our first time for
Leave.
everything.
Can I see any of this?
Yeah, you're at the mouth of the cave.
Yeah,
You can see him. He's 35.
believe we
He
are.
he is 35 feet from you, and he has now knocked another arrow and is pointing it at Cassandra
All
after
right.
shooting the first one.
I
All
think
right,
I
all
I
right.
started with my own
suggest
bow.
you leave. I am casting a level 2 suggestion spell.
Oh, okay. What's the DC on that?
That's a good question. It'll be 16.
16.
This is gonna
16.
Take all the fun. I waited all this time to fight. He jumps out.
He looks at you.
I hate you.
He
No,
looks
I
at
think
you
he's-
as you cast it. Oh, you cast it at level 2?
Yeah.
What's the,
It's a level 2 spell.
Oh,
Did you roll a 16?
I did.
So you say it.
Yes.
Fair enough.
Wisdom saving throw.
Why we roll dice.
Yep.
Presumably, it has no effect.
He looks at you and he says, "You're bold. I like that. Leave."
I
You
myself
and
know-
you at the beginning, at the mouth of the cave, are both watching this play out.
No, I don't.
Get the girl.
I don't want to interrupt because we are wrapped. We are like, what is going on here? And that's why we haven't moved
All right,
yet.
Matthew,
All right,
you were
well,
calling your
that's
shot?
what As I was trying to say, I make myself known at the entrance of the cave with my own bow knob pointed at him, and I yell out, "I believe it's you who should leave."
I
Friend, it's
Try
not
and
going to go
persuade
that
him.
well for you.
am using persuasion.
Okay.
We do not have to resolve this with violence.
Okay.
Could be worse.
Can I help with
15.
15.
All right, I can't take it anymore. I'm heading towards the battle.
Okay.
I've been waiting all this time to fight. This is what I do. I'm heading towards the battle.
He is going. So you said so. You just went a general persuasion check to try to stop him from where we are. You are now you have knocked an arrow and are standing at the mouth of the cave, and you are marching out. How? Sword out aggressively. Tell me what you're doing.
I also have an arrow now.
Okay. All right. So he now turns and he looks and he kind of lowers the bow and he goes.
I'm going to raise my hand and have a blast ready too.
Okay. He looks and he goes, "You have numbers." I can't whistle, but pretend he whistled really loud.
Wow. Pretend to whistle. No.
I got like 9 NPC character voices I nail, and I can't do a whistle. As he whistles, behind him, 7 more men stand up in the grass. None of them dress the same way. These are all look like working men. They've got different leather on. Some of them have like really half-ass leather armor. Like it more looks like they just found it or if they bought it piecemeal over time. But they all stand up. A couple of them have old, almost look like dull short swords. A couple of them have mining axes. The two, one on his left, one on his right, they also now draw bows. One of them is pointed one back at you. One of them is pointed one at you, and he never took his arrow off of you except to drop it to whistle, and he comes back up with it.
Hey, Flash, what's your claim here?
The claim is my boss owns his mine, and
Prove
he wants it back.
Prove it.
Hold on, I'm role-playing in my head. No, I'm
How
role-playing
do
in my
I
head.
prove that?
No, I'm role-playing in my head.
The bow?
I don't have to prove anything to you. He sent me to clear this mine. I clear the mine.
If you
Am
want
I
to
doing it
kill
with
people
violence
to
or
do it,
not?
you're going to have to prove it.
Thunk.
Or
Releases
answer
the
the
second.
authorities.
Releases the second arrow.
We all fire at it.
Before that was happening, I wanted to see, since I'm seeing that all these people are very clearly just haphazardly putting this together, I wanted to do a perception and check their forms a little bit and see if they just look like they're shaking or anything.
Okay, give me a perception check. I'm good with that.
That's 19.
19. The initial one in the leather armor, in the set of leather armor, is not very swaggy, very confident. The archers to his left and right look relatively confident. The ones behind them, not at all. Not at all. This is more of a we have been led here than it is a
Kill
we
the
are
leader,
here.
Scatter.
So
I can transform.
I can see pretty clearly that you're the only one here who barely knows how to hold a bow. You're the only real threat here. This is a bluff.
I'm going to say this happened, and I'm good with that. For future in like situations like this, RP it the way it's happening, because at that point I had already let that arrow go. But for the sake of not having said that, I'll let it go. He goes, maybe, but I can take 3 of you down before you get me, and I'll start with her.
All 3 of us are going to fire
I'm
at
gonna
it.
be
You're all
honest, I
firing?
don't think
All right,
anything's
so-
going down. I don't know what's going on with her. but
AC,
I'm
Chris,
terrified.
AC was what?
It's currently 12.
12. All right, 15. So that does hit. And that is going to be a crap. 2 damage to you, Cassandra.
In response, can I let my bow?
Yes. What kind of blast were you using?
Eldritch Blast.
Eldritch Blast.
And my bow.
And you, bro. Roll attack, roll attack, roll attack.
He would probably have practiced,
Natural
right?
20.
Nice.
I would what?
It's going to be a 11.
11 will miss.
All right, so what do I add to?
Do you have proficiency with the bow?
He's a paladin, so he's probably got a lot of martial prowess.
Yeah,
So you
Yeah,
don't.
I rolled a 16, so I mean.
that'll hit.
Yeah.
On crit,
All right.
you do roll
Uh,
double the dice.
Double the dice. We haven't talked about that. Double dice or double damage? Does anybody have a preference? I don't personally care.
Doesn't matter to me.
Let's just do double damage.
Me
It'll
and
save
Tim
us
don't
time.
know what's going on, so it doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
dude. Like I'm just kind of. I got
16
poison
damage.
spray and
16
Thunder
damage.
Wave.
Okay.
Thunderway.
16
Yeah.
damage. Cameron, you missed, and Lonzo, you hit. What did you roll?
Yes, he has proficiency with the bow.
So you would add plus your proficiency bonus should be a 2, I would think.
No, we're just gonna kill him.
So what did you roll? Clean.
16.
16. So say you hit. So roll for damage with a crossbow.
Oh,
I mean, not crossbow, short bow.
That's a D8, right?
No, hang on.
I rolled a natural 20 and 16 damage.
Short bow is going to be a 1d6.
I got a longbow. So,
Yeah, damage 1d6. Oh, you had a longbow.
yeah.
Longbow
It's a D8.
would be, yes, but he would also be rolling at disadvantage because he was only about 15 feet away from this guy. Yeah, the range on a longbow is much longer. So now knowing that, because I didn't specify, I will give you the option. Longbow rolling inside of, I don't remember how many feet. I'll have to look it up, but where you are that close has a disadvantage to it. Short bow does not.
Why?
Because a longbow is meant to.
Longbow is basically handheld artillery.
Correct. And a short bow, like a hunting bow, is made for where you
But
are.
if you're a master of the bow, then you take a longbow back, it's going to have more power to it. Why would
Right,
that
but the
be-
accuracy is still not there. That's the rules of
Maybe
5e.
for someone else.
Right, that's the rules
No,
of
for you two.
Correct.
You're
That's
not special.
correct.
Oh yes, I am.
So,
Anyway,
would
what am
you-
I rolling?
If are you keeping your longbow or do you want to have a short bow?
Okay, I'll go with the short bow.
You're going with
It
short bow.
doesn't make sense to me, but fine.
Short bow, you are going to roll a 1d6. Roll a d6. The cube. Your regular dice. Sorry, you asked. I
No,
answered.
no, I was asking.
Gotcha. I wasn't looking when you did that.
Yeah. I rolled a one.
A 1?
Yes.
Okay. So, as your arrow, you're on a short bow, right? You have a short bow.
No, I have a long bow.
You have a long bow.
I'm at the entrance back there.
Yes, but I got to remember what the range on a long bow is. Because I think it's like
I think you're left
150
trying really
feet.
hard.
They're still around.
We haven't killed anybody yet. We're just aiming at one guy. We're aiming at the leader.
Right, but what's the distance short that you roll with disadvantage?
They're 5 feet. Yeah, and if you make a ranged attack in melee range,
That's when you have disadvantage.
that's when you have disadvantage.
On a long bow
There's
or on a
yeah,
short bow?
Either
On any-
any
on any ranged
ranged
attack.
attack. Any
So
range.
you-
It's simpler than you're making it. There is no short
Okay,
distance.
well, you still rolled a 1 damage, so we're just gonna, and I'm gonna work on that. So,
Are all the enemies human?
as far as you can tell,
Okay, so can I transform into? He said I could transform into a wolf.
sure, if you want to.
And I want to do that.
This will be your second transformation. Okay.
Yeah, I get two.
All right,
per
so what we had happen there is he shot at Cassandra and hit Cassandra.
And a footnote: when I get hit, I drop to the ground.
Okay. KO'd, or this is a character decision?
This is a character decision.
It's
10
actually very smart.
So, boom, hits Cassandra. Cassandra crumples to the ground. As she is falling, you release just a purplish black jet of energy straight towards the man with the bow. However, as you're releasing that, you see Cassandra take an arrow and then crumple to the ground, and you just look at her, and as you're turning, you just kind of pull the shot, and it goes off. However, as he watches Cassandra fall and this black energy come, and he follows it, when he turns back around, boom, boom, he takes an arrow into the right shoulder. He takes an arrow underneath the left breastplate. Both penetrate that leather armor, and he takes some amount of damage. As he looks and knocks another arrow, he looks and sees that Cassandra is down, and you just see him smile. And then he turns and looks at you. And as a party decision, you may now have the option to either play this out or open the next session in combat. I'll let you all decide.
You want to fight?
I want to fight.
Yeah, let's
Do we want to fight?
All right.
Everyone good for a fight?
You guys good to stay for a little while and fight this out? Okay. Then I'm going to run to the restroom because it's been 3 hours and I haven't done it. Guys, we are going to, for those of you watching on the stream, because there are a few of you, hello, thank you. We are going to take like a less than 5-minute break and then come back and we are going to play out this fight and then go home and go to bed. We'll be right back. 5 minutes. See you then.
Thanks.
You're the one that helped me find all.
Oh yeah,
Oh.
we didn't finish.
I thought we did. Okay.